with this week as I spoke to hundreds of people about this brother, of the love, the compassion, the care, the humility, the down to earthness that he conveyed. And I'll say this in close because I think it is so befitting of our dear brother, Dr. Obidike Kumau. He not only rose from very meager and humble beginnings to a place of prominence and was very pronounced, but he was able to look back and to look down and to leave a ladder and not only leave it there, but to hold on to it so folk could go up and rise and become what they were designed to be. And I appreciate him because I'm one of those vessels that was able to use the ladder that he bestows to rise. So this is not only a moment of thanks and appreciation, this is a moment that is very special for me because I'm able to say what I wasn't able to say in the physical form of how much I love and appreciate the brother. And I'm thankful for him because I think all of us would agree that are on this particular live that he made all of our lives better. And that really is important. And that truly is meaningful. And I ain't gonna lie, I might cry because that brother meant that much to me. But I hope and pray that you understand that they're not tears of pain and grief, but tears of joy because I had him in my life for so many decades. So, with having said that, I want to say that we have some amazing sisters to start this conversation. We're going to get as many people as we can on the line. So just be patient, hold on with us. But I couldn't think of any three sisters better to start to talk and impart about our wonderful and beautiful brother than these amazing ladies. And I want to say thank you for being in this place, space, and time and making this a moment of not only honoring and appreciation, but also a way in which our community can heal together. So I thank all of you and each one of you. And I'll start with Mama Neff. And the reason why is because the sister called me and told me. And I said, no, 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 no. I even cussed. I was like, shit, what? No way in the world. There's no way in the world. But you said it with so much love and so much compassion and so much peace. And it helped me to be able to deal with the difficulties and the challenges of this week. So I wanted to start off by saying, I love you. There's nothing you can do about it. And I hope you're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, starting off, why was Dr. Obidike Kumau so important to you? What did he mean to you? And why are you here at this present time to honor our dear brother?
Can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
guys
ma'am.
hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm gonna have to take my glasses off. Let me go tear it. First, I'm going to say, giving honor to Doc's family, to Ngozi, Okono, his son, and his daughter Kidmi, and other family, his brother Odisa. I am going to say honor, and it is a pleasure for me to speak tonight about Doc. We would have to do 3, 4 shows before I could finish talking about Dr. Kamal. He not only was he my friend, but he was my brother, my big brother from another mother, as they would say. And how I met Doc is through his father, Mr. Lacey Chimley. And Mr. Lacey saved my life, but that's a story for another time. He called his son and he told his son, he said, this young lady, she needs a job. She got to take care of herself and her family. I need you to give her a job. And Doc called me and I went for the interview, gave him my paperwork and everything. And he told me, he said, I'll see you Monday. Didn't know me or anything. He said, I'll see you Monday. And I don't know anybody that would say anything like that. But he introduced me to the Tarseti group, to Jabadi. He taught me how to be self-respectful of myself. And I'm trying not to cry. Um,
It's
when I
okay. It's okay.
had transitioned, at first, to be honest with you, there was pain in my heart. But then I remember in 2019, Doc and I was sitting in his office and he was talking and he was telling me about his illness. And he say, baby girl, let me tell you something. He said, when my time comes, he said, I am going to go and sit down and talk to Dr. Martin Luther King. And so I was hurt and sad. And when I sat on my bed and I thought about and remembered what Doc said to me, my tears was no longer tears of sadness. There were tears of joy because my brother, he died and on Martin Luther King's birthday. So that
Man,
told me
man,
that's exactly where he was,
man.
sitting and talking to Dr. Martin Luther King.
That's powerful.
But Doc has done a lot of stuff in the community. He helped me with the poetry organization. We started the first poetry organization at TSU in the library, Robert James Terry Library. We put together the first TSU slam team. And every time we had to travel and go and perform in the collegiate slam, Doc made sure we was able to make it to the slam and perform. And the first time the TSU slam team performed, they placed number 9 in the United States. The second time we performed, we placed number 2. And we were the only African American team that was invited to go to Berlin and participate in the slam. No other African American kids in the United States, just the TSU slam team. And that was awesome. And man, I'm just I'm just happy that I got to know him. And then he introduced me to his family and they took me in and treated me like a sister, you know. And I feel like they are my families, you know. Sometimes it's the spiritual family that's the family. And that's what I feel about all of us. Miss Diane, he introduced me to Miss Diane.
Mm.
And you know, is I'm gonna take a break because I'm about to break down. But I just want to say I love everyone.
Love you
And
too.
Doc has done so much in the community, so much in my life. He has done so much. When my sons was acting crazy, Doc talked to them, you know, and because they didn't have a father growing up. But Doc talked to my sons, and he made sure that they respected their mother. So, you
Thank
know,
you.
to Ngozi and to Okono, to his family, thank you for sharing Doc with me.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, Mama Neff, for your honesty, your courage, your candor, your vulnerability. And hey, those tears are tears of joy and tears of love. And we all feel it and all resonates on a deeper and higher, greater level. And I'm so happy that you segue into this beautiful and amazing sister that I deeply love and appreciate. You know, and I'll fight for her, and I almost did. You know, because I
Yeah.
ain't gonna let nobody do her wrong. You know what I mean? That's how much love I have for her. And I'm talking about none other than Miss Allen. You
Yeah.
know, Sister Neff.
Oh, and the kids call him, I'm sorry. Oh, and the kids call him when he did his poetry, the kids call him Baba Doc. That's
Baba
what
Doc.
yeah,
Yeah,
the poetry community know him as Baba Doc.
Baba
That's what they
Doc.
call him.
Absolutely, 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 and thank you for that. And I know you know Baba Doc on a much deeper level, Miss Allen. And before you begin and share, and we want everybody to stay on because we want people to share, and we know how important it is to share because this is a way of cleansing and healing, and definitely expressing the love that not only he had for us and the way in which this is also our demonstration to be able to say thank you to him and to be able to acknowledge the sacrifices that he made to be able to see others grow and develop. So I would love for you, Miss Allen, and I want to say before I begin, I love you to life. I really appreciate you. It's been a while since I've seen you, so I just want to say salutation and nothing but love and warmness of expression.
Said
But
thank you
if you
so
could,
much.
can you please talk to us a little bit about our brother?
Yes. And I want to
Yes,
make
go ahead.
sure you can hear me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Yes,
Great.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for doing this tonight.
Yes.
Obidike was really bigger than life in so many eyes, but yet he was the most humblest person that I think that I've ever run across. He had his doctorate degrees and all of this, but to just hang out with him and see him, he was just regular, and he could relate to anybody on any level. Children loved him, working people loved him, educators loved him. He could have a conversation with anybody and make it as highfalutin as you wanted it to be, or as down low as you wanted it to be. He was a man's man. And what I loved about him is that he was a teacher. I remember when I met you, said you and Neff were part of a book club that he
Yes,
started.
yes.
And we would go from house to house, but mostly we would hang out at Neff's house. And um, we would read different books, and it would help to enlighten us on just thinking on a higher level. We would challenge each other, and we all had our different views on religion and spirituality and all of those kinds of things, but it didn't cause us to fall out with each other.
Thanks.
There was a healthy kind of love that we shared with each other, that bond. In my Facebook post, I said that there was a bond um, that love didn't begin and it had no ending. There was no beginning and no ending with him. And Neff, I know you said they treat you like a little sister, but I am his little sister. I mean, I used to tell
I
him
don't
all
mind
the
sharing. I don't mind sharing.
I used to tell him all the time. I say, you are exactly the kind of big brother that if my mama could have had a big brother for me, you are exactly the kind of big brother that I would have wanted. And I used to tell my mama that too. I told him and I told her. And what I love about Obidike was that he loved family. And the stories that he would tell me about his children, his daughters, Kish and Tamar, and uh, Tama. Let me say your name right, baby. I'm sorry. And his brothers. It's so funny. I write poetry too. And I wrote a poem called A Good Man. And his brother Eric asked me to frame it so that he could give it to his dad when his dad turned either 70 or 75. And so I did. And years later, when I found out, even before I found out that Eric and Obidike were brothers, I gave a copy of the poem to Obidike, the exact same poem. And I knew Obidike before I knew Eric, and so it took us a while to make the connection. But last night when I saw Eric, I thought I was looking at Obidike. I mean, they look like twins. So if you ever see somebody walking down the street that it looked like Obidike has been like Lazarus, he's risen up. That's just his brother. But let me tell you, his family is second to none. I am so appreciative to Ngozi for the love that she has allowed him to give out without any insecurities, without any feelings like, like he's gonna betray her love and her trust. I mean, the relationship that they had was just, it was amazing. And I thanked her for allowing me to be his friend and allowing him to be my friend. She said, girl, you was more than just a friend. You was a sister to him, and he loved you and you love him. That's pure. That is so pure. And his daughters, when they saw me last night, they's like, oh, my daddy loved you so much. And as much as they may have felt like they needed me, I needed them, because family at a time like this can be your best friend or your worst enemies. And they have so much love for each other. His brothers, Eric and Adiza, man, you know what? They're now my little brothers. I have always loved Eric. I've always been in love with Eric, but now I love him on a whole different level. And their children, and their grandchildren, it's you don't really know what you have sometimes, because it becomes so you're not common, but just so infiltrated in your life that, and it's every day, that you don't really appreciate. I'm sure Dr. King's children didn't really understand who he was until after he left. But I hope and pray that the people that love Obidike truly understand the gift that we had while here on earth, because that brother was phenomenal.
Yes.
The last thing I want to say for right now is the indelible mark that he left for me is when my mother was was preparing for hospice, and she was in a nursing facility. She had a blood clot and stroke, and so they were doing some physical therapy so she could be able to come back home to get in hospice so she could make her transition. Well, Obidike came and gave me and my son a break, and he sat and talked with my mom. And my mother asked him he asked her first, is there something I can do for you that you would, is there something you would like for me to do? She said, I would like for you to read the Psalms. So he read the book of Psalms to her. And that was a moment that he's cherished for life, just being able to read to her. And when she made her transition, he walked in with us as family. When I had gotten to the end of my rope and I was ready to just let all the water, I was ready to flood Houston. He was there to catch me, to hold me, and just let me cry. To be honest with y'all, it hasn't hit me yet. It has not hit me. I'm still in shock. I know that I'm saying the words. He's made his transition. He's passed away, but it has not sunk in, because I feel like I can just pick up the phone, call him, and laugh about whatever it is. And usually within 2 to 3 minutes, we're laughing about something, whatever. He'll call me and say something funny, or I'll call him and say something funny. And he used to say, I don't do drama. I don't do drama. Drama is, that's too much energy and it's too negative. I don't do drama. So I'm gonna miss that part. I'm gonna miss the long talks that we had and the confidence that we had in each other, the advice that we could give to each other. And going to the ensemble theater, he was my buddy. I would sit next to him. I might be 100 people there, but I'd make sure I saved a seat for my brother. And we would laugh through I would bring snacks and we'd be snacking on the food. It's we have a show that's coming up in February, the piano lesson, and he was supposed to come. And so it's going to be hard sitting there without him, but I'm going to save a seat for him anyway.
Amen. Amen. He'll be there in spirit.
Right.
And thank you for that. And I appreciate you for your light. And I share the sentiments. And we spoke, earlier, and it just doesn't seem real. It's surreal because you expect someone like that to be there. And I totally get and understand what you just said. When something is so important and so natural and so real and so a part of your day, if you will, you almost take it for granted because you expect it to be there because it's like the air that you breathe, if you will. And when it's taken away from you, now the gravity of what you've lost and had becomes aware. And now you realize and understand how profound not only what it was is, but how amazingly blessed you are to be in its presence. And it is painful to lose a present like that. He was a gift. And I want to share that with everybody who's listening. Got a ton of people in the backstage, got a bunch of people watching. He was a gift. And however that gift was for you, that's what you needed to experience, if you will. And
Brother Sad, let me say this one last thing. I've seen a lot of dads in my lifetime that love their daughters. But let me tell you how proud he was of his baby boy. And I know he's a grown man now, but when you're a parent, you're always the baby. Akono not only got his finished high school, he got his bachelor's degree at Texas Southern University. And then he took off and went to New York City and got his master's degree. Now, I told O'Connor last night, I said, baby, you did something better than I mean, you had more strength than I did because I in New York. But he fell in love with that place. And when I tell you, anytime Obidike mentioned Okono's name, his chest was like a mile and a half out. He was so proud of his son. And just had so much confidence in his ability to do whatever he wanted to do. And I just want to say that out loud, that his daddy loved him. He loved his girls, no doubt about it. He loved his girls. And I'm not going to say but, I'm just going to say and in addition, he loved his son and he was so proud to call him his son. So I wanted to say that because I don't want to leave that part out, because a lot of times children don't fully understand how much their parents feel about them. They brag on them to everybody else and don't necessarily tell their child all the time. But I just want all of you to know that your daddy loved you, and it was deep. And for some of us that have that daddy hole, that missing piece within us, it was a gift. It was truly, truly a gift. So I just had to get that part out.
Well, I'm glad you did, because that's an important aspect of who he is, and I don't want to say was, because I feel that he's still present. Um, and I'm going to say this, and I know it might sound a little peculiar to people because we're so used to being in the flesh, right? We're so used to being in this physical form, but I feel like he's informing us even better than he did in the physical, because I've over the course of this week, I've heard his voice say to me, "Sid, it's okay," and things that we talked about are now coming to my remembrance, and the understandings that he shared with me in the early 2000s at TSU in the library. And there's so many individuals that I talked to over the course of this week that talked about how he opened up the library, opened up this place and space of intellectualism, of education, of academia, and made it a place and space of warmth, of love. Because, I mean, you think about it, libraries are very sometimes cold places. And this was not a cold place at all. It was a place and space that we spent a majority of our time. I think about that. I didn't want to be no librarian, but I spent most of my time in the library because of Dr. Obidike Kumau. And many others can relate and correlate and connect to that. So I definitely wanted to say to the family that's watching, and we'll be bringing them on momentarily, but we have to hear from this sister first, how important education was and is to him. But he made it to where it wasn't just about books and being esoteric and deep. He made it to where it was simple and it was real, a place and space to where a miscreant like myself could learn. But I don't want us to lose the importance and the significance of this moment. So please just bear with us if we have any technical difficulties. We know that the Spirit is going to help us overcome those things and even overcome the very pain that we feel in seeing this brother leave us in the physical form. But I want to inform you, we have a wonderful and amazing sister. Oh my gosh, she's beautiful. You ladies are making me look so good tonight. I just want to say thank y'all. Y'all making me look good. And that's a hard job to do. So I just want to say thank you. And Miss West, I appreciate you for coming on and sharing and being a part of this powerful conversation. And I wanted to ask you something because I saw where you wrote, it was love unabound. And he smiled from inside out. And when I read that, I was like, whoa, that's it. That's it right there. Can you break that down so that folk can understand what you really mean by that?
Thank you for that. Good evening, everybody. Namaste, Hotep. Can you hear me all right? Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes,
hadn't
ma'am.
talked
Yes, ma'am.
to Obidike, oh my gosh, since his wedding, when him and Ngozi were married. And we put together that community space and candles. And oh my God, that was 92. I'm not sure, 92, I think. But when we were at Temple, I was at Temple and he was one of the old brothers. And I know people online know the other old brother is Yetunde's beloved husband, Obrafo Andrews. And so the old brothers, I was like their big sister because I'm probably about 10 years older or so. And I remember coming to Temple from New York. I'm a New Yorker. I love New York. It's in my veins, and the arts. So Sister Allen, I get it. I get it. I miss it. Okay. But what struck me about Obidike as well as Obrafo is that they loved everything that they touched. They loved everything that they touched. And I was really impressed always. And Yetunde and I had some long conversations earlier this week. But I remember how well Obidike and Obrafo treated their sister friends who ended up being their wives. And there was that same kind of love toward me. And, you know, I remember reparations. Every time we went someplace, you know, he recited reparations. But just recently, in the last year, we reconnected. And so this is like 30 years down the pike where I never forgot these two brothers, because when I think of Obidike, I think of Obrafo as well. And that's what I wanted to share, that is so missing in our world today, like just this unbounding love that's unconditional and not given away to those who didn't deserve it. I felt like each person that he was involved with earned that, in various ways, because they were open-hearted or because they were giving or they were teaching. And I just remember those poetic conversations that we had. And like I said, I hadn't talked to him or seen him in almost 30 years. And then it was maybe about a year and a half ago, we started talking, and, he sent me a tape and we were talking about poetry. And it's just like when Yetunde shared that with me earlier this week, I was just like, that bundle of love that's unconditional that we so need in the world. One of those bundles has joined the ancestors. And so that's really all I have to say, that if we can emulate just a hair, a pinch of that love, I think that our communities will be enriched. And I certainly know that my life has been enriched because of that. He was always concerned, and it was never esoteric. You know, the esoteric vocabulary is just to keep people out. So we have to really engage with just common sense, esoteric knowledge, but it doesn't have to be esoteric or $10 words all the time to move it across. And so I do feel like his life, and what I knew of it, and the little that I know of Ngozi, I haven't seen you since your wedding, but I work with your sister, and she has the same kind of spirit, Phyllis. So I just want to say, Ngozi, thank you so much for loving on him and having him love on you, and loving on all of those people in your community who speak so fondly and well of both of you, because I always got that from your spirit. So
Wow.
thank you for this opportunity to be here.
Wow. Thank you. I want to ask this question because, I met him when, he was not an elder statesman, but when he was, very refined, and he would even share with me, I'm evolving, but I've reached this state of my being through the course of my time at Temple, through the course of, my time in Denver and other places and spaces that he had been, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And I'm wondering, you know, as you go back into your memory bank and you think about many of the brothers that you just mentioned, I'm wondering, and there's a reason why I asked this question to connect with others to really make this, I hopefully feel a good question. Is that over the course of the last few years, I've seen brothers like Richard Roundtree transition, and brothers of my father's generation that I have veneration and respect for. And I looked at them with so much idolization and admiration. And now I see them making their transition and heading off into their final destination, if you will, in the physical form. And I would love to be able to quantify and express not only what they are in the form and formation that we remember them as their last stage, but more importantly, I want to convey and ask you to explain when they were in their youth, in their spring, what was it like? What was the energy? Because I don't want to lose that. You know what I'm saying?
It was off the charts. It was off the charts. I'm gonna tell you, I was talking to Ngozi earlier this week, and I said, I remember those. I said, I don't even remember the addresses, but this was in, like, she said it was Pine Street and another street where her and Obrafo had an apartment. But anytime you saw Obidike, you saw Obrafo. Anytime you saw Obrafo, you saw Obidike. And we partied hardy. And we always were talking about ancient Kemet or something that we were going to do in the Philly community. So it was a party, yeah, we danced and we sang and we did poetry. We just hung out and we drank, all of those things. But in the midst of all of that, this is what I remember. I mean, I was 40. Now I'm 70, mid 70s. So, it's like I remember the energy because I am a quintessential New Yorker. I would go to 5 concerts, 5 to 7, 8 concerts in a week, reviewing jazz or dance or dancing or whatever. And so it was that same kind of energy. It's like you're working on sheer will. You're exhausted, but your will is active because I felt like their hearts were active. So every time I was around them, I mean, Yetunde doesn't even, I think, understand the energy that she oozes, and Ngozi seems a little more quiet, but there was that energy. And I always remember it was like an apex of energy whenever we were all together. And I mean, Danny Black, who's online now. I mean, there were so many young people. I mean, I felt I was already middle aged, but I never felt middle aged. I don't feel old now. It's just that energy that keeps coming back and it's recycled because you're around this. I don't want to say younger, I want to say just a different generation. And so, as I think we intertwine with the varying generations, Gen X or whatever it is, I don't feel like you become old. You become as old as you're thinking. That's what Obidike was always saying. Like you think yourself into disaster or you think yourself into happiness. And so for me, when I look, I'm getting excited, but when I look at my heart every day, I have a sign that says choose happiness. Every single day is a choice. It doesn't matter if, my mom was going through cancer. It matters, but it doesn't matter. And so that can never be, whatever your struggle is, can never be the epitome of your day. It's a part and parcel of my growing and my lesson learning. And so it's like, what I learned being at Temple and what I think I brought to it was that kind of maybe 50s, 60s kind of thing, where everybody spoke to everybody. And by the 90s, that wasn't really what I was experiencing. I remember being here in Atlanta in the 60s and, hey, sister, how you doing? And now is nothing like that. But that was the energy that I felt with all of those young people at Temple. I mean, Eddie Glaude was 19 years old when I met him.
Wow.
And I'm so proud of him, the things that he's been doing for our community in his own way, and Winifred Brown Glaude. I mean, they were like, what? They were in their 20s. I was 41. And so it's a beautiful energy, I think, that it can just all come together and weave in and out. And that, my best friends were Sam Livingston, Winnie, Tobo, and Eddie Beckton was maybe about 8 years older. But that's like a that's like a swath. Here's this mature, so-called mature woman with all these young people. But I think that's a good thing because they enriched me, as some of them tell me now, like, wow, you were always this or that, which I didn't even see. And so that's what I feel like his passing through this world has enriched us. It's in the fiber of our being. It's amidst the ancestral lore. It's infinite love honed in bone and commitment and discord. It's our shield. It's our wisdom, accessible, harbored in yet to be found places. And those places have to do with me intermingling with all these varying generations and believing that, yes, we can always choose happiness. We can always choose love, and there's always more love. So, again, like Sister Allen, I would say kudos, namaste, hotep to Ngozi, to Ngozi. Ngozi, so many of us are not able to open our hearts because we feel threatened. And you never showed that. I mean, I haven't seen you for 30 years, but you never ever showed that when I was next to you, near you, around you, and even across the street from you. You know, so that is such a blessing, sister. That is really a blessing. And I've experienced maybe 2 or 3 other women older than me who had that when I was a young scholar, or I was an old scholar, you know, just studying. But Lucius Outlaw's wife did that for me. Lucius Outlaw, I know he was instrumental in talking to Eddie Glad and a lot of other young brothers. Lucius is like 78 now, you know, and he has 3 wonderful sons. But these are men that we don't hear about. And we want to celebrate them. So that's what I do here when I meet. I have friends who are 60s, and I say, "You're fabulous. You're showing me how men can be and will be and are who look like me." Because there's a lot of them out here and they don't get credit. We don't talk about them. So I need to shut up. But thank you for asking
No,
that
no, you
question.
don't need to shut up. No, 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 no. This is about sharing. This is about healing. That's one thing
But other
that,
people may want to speak. And so, you know, I want to
yes,
be considerate
absolutely.
of
But
that as
you know,
well.
we're not coming in that kind of vibration, because that's one of the things that Doc would always talk about. He would always share with me, let people express themselves. And that's one of the reasons why the conscious mindset has been what it's been, because we want an opportunity for people to share and to express themselves so that they can grow and that they can become bigger, better, and brighter. Um, One of the things that I wanted to ask both of you is all of you, I should say, before we bring on a couple other people. We're going to bring on Doc in just a moment, but I want y'all to think about this. And I'll start with you, Mama Jen. I know there's a lot of people feel pain, and you being one of them, and myself. What do you think Doc would want us to remember most about him?
Hmm.
Turn your mic on. Okay, I'm gonna bring on Doc. Doc, how you doing?
What's
Yeah, turn
going
your mic.
on, my good brother? How you doing?
All is well. All is well, my brother.
Hey, ladies, how are you?
Hi, Danny.
What's going on, Simvile? How are you? So great to see you.
Doing good, doing good.
You know, I want to say 2 things about Obidike. One of those is that Obidike and I were writing together. Some people may know or not, but Obidike was writing a novel years ago. I'm a novelist, and we'd send chapters to each other and read each other's work, right? And one of the beautiful things about Obidike is that he was so unbelievably encouraging. Even in his critique, you had to really listen hard to find the criticism, because he did so much prayer, and he just wanted you to feel good about yourself. He wanted you to believe in what you were doing. He wanted you to know that you could do it. He wanted you to never be discouraged. At times I would say, "Hey, Obidike, what are you saying is wrong with this thing?" You know, and he'd say, "Man, I think it's so good." Yes, but where can I improve it? You know, and at times I felt like he had just been sent to make sure I didn't quit. You know, and Obidike was my big brother in so many ways. And very much like Sister Eileen, the thing I remember most is when Obidike had this baby called Kumau. Obidike was happy like you just couldn't believe. He spoke of this child like it was the Christ child. And I said, Obidike, is this child real? And he was like, Black, you got to see him, man. You got to see your nephew, Black. You got to see him, man. You got to see your nephew. And at the time, I had just adopted a boy named Tundi, and we talked about our sons together. And this is a rare moment, because I think one of the glories of a young son's heart is to know what your father said to other people about you. And so, Okono, if you can hear me, the thing I want to say to you is your father paved the way for you. There's no reason you should ever do anything but prosper, young man. That man set you up. That man set the angels ahead of you. That man called the ancestors to stand charge over you. That man spoke your name in tongues. Whatsoever you do, of course you're sad right now. Of course you are. Absolutely, as well you should be. But Okono, I'm going to tell you something. You had the father Black kids have dreamed about. I pray you never, ever, ever forget it. I pray your head rises, young man. I pray you lift your head like the lily lifts its blooming to the morning sun. Because your father is the pillar of glory that will always, always hold you up. Your mother is a dear, 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 dear woman, a dear queen of a woman. You, sir, I can't see that you would do anything except prosper with the folks you came from. The seeds that conceived you. Brother, the ground can be hard, but you still ought to make it. So that's what I'm going to say. Thank you. Love you.
Yes. Can I say this to Okono? I know you remember there's a poem that your father wrote, and the name of the poem is called "This Is God Talking to You." And in that poem, even like they do in poetry wherever they are, in that poem, at the end of the poem, he said, "But then you are a God too." And I want you to know, just like Brother Black said, your father was the father of all fathers that people would be dreaming to have.
That's right.
And he loved him some you. He loved him some. Every time he talked, I didn't have a conversation with your father where he didn't say, I remember when you got your first car. He was talking about the first car and everything, you know. And Ngozi, he just, I mean, he never, ever, never. He loved him. He loved his family. He loved you very, very much. And he always, always talked about you guys. All the time. His grandchildren, he talked about his grandkids all the time, you know. But he did. But every time the kids saw him walking into the poetry spot, they would always say, "This is a God talking to you."
Wow.
I just want you, I had to say that. I had to get that out.
I say, y'all.
Brother Said, you're on mute, sweetie.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
there you go.
Difficulties. All right, so sorry about that. That's why I'm glad you said that, because that leads me to ask this next question to Doc first, because you're a writer, and as a writer, you know how important it is to express, convey, and use words.
Yes, sir.
And Doc was a wordsmith with that.
Yeah.
I'd love for you to express to us if there's a word or an expression or a phrase or a poem that sticks out to you at this moment that you could share, that either Doc shared with you, you shared with him, or something that was binding between the both of you that will inspire, motivate, and raise consciousness, as I know both of you are striving, even in this very hour, to do.
You know, here's what I would say. I know what the caged bird feels.
Mm.
Alas,
Mm.
when the sun is bright on the upland slopes, when the wind stirs soft through the springing grass, and the river flows like a stream of glass, when the first bird sings and the first bud opes, and the faint perfume from its chalice steals, I know what the caged bird feels. I know why the caged bird beats his wings till its blood is red on the cruel bars. For he must fly back to his perch and cling when he fain would be on the boa swing. And the pain still throbs in the old scars, and they pulse again with a keener sting. I know why he beats his wings. I know why the caged bird sings.
Come on.
Ah, me.
Yes.
When his wing is bruised and his bosom sore, when he beats his bars and he would be free. It is not a carol of joy or glee, but a prayer that he sends from his heart's deep core, but a plea that upward to heaven he flings. I know why the cage
The cage
bird
bird sing.
sings.
Yes, sir.
Shame.
You're very man, Doc. Hey, he came on and laid it down. Please let people know how they can find out more information about you, Doc, because we want to highlight your greatness. And
Oh,
I know
this
Doc
is about
want-
Obidike. This is about Obidike. So I'll simply say, I'm in my 30th year at Clark Atlanta University. And if anybody wants to connect with me, of course you can. But I used to sometimes say that poem to Obidike, and he loved that. And Obidike, you are no longer caged, my brother.
Wow.
Fly high, my brother. Fly free, my brother. We will look for the signs from you that you send to us about the glory of eternity. Worry not about us, brother. We're on our way. Every single one of us is on our way. But brother, prepare the way for us, and we'll see.
Ooh, love you to life. Thank you so much, Pastor. Thank you so much. Take care. Peace and blessings. Wow, that was amazing. That was amazing, my dear sisters. And as we bring it on this wonderful and amazing sister right here, it is not only an amazing example and expression of love that we're receiving tonight, but for those that might not be aware, children of light gather together, and in our midst we have greatness. In that, and that's what Doc said just a few moments ago before we started the show. He said we are powerful, and it's really interesting because he wrote the foreword to a book I wrote called "We Are Powerful." You are powerful, and we talked about that endlessly, about the power that young folk possess. And I want to share with this dear sister Tiffany, and I know you know her very well, Mama Neff. One of the things that he used to share with me is how we do poetry at TSU. And a name that would always come up is Sister Tiffany. And I wish I could recall the name that you had. I remember it when you say it, it'll come to me. But I remember him talking about, oh man, it's a bad sister, man. She laid out them words. I said, for real? He was like, yeah, she tall and red.
Wordsmith.
I said, what's this sister right here, man? Let me check out. And he said, man, she read it. She bad, man. And it was just so much light and love that he would express, what I'm saying, in terms of your gifts and your talents and others. And I want to make sure I'm very cogent on that and very expressive on that. He would build other people up, and I just want to let you know that he had great admiration and respect, as you probably already know, for you and your talent. So it's a privilege, pleasure, and honor to have you in our midst, and I'm hoping that you're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, what did Doc mean to you? and what was it as a poet, speaking as an orator and as a writer, what did it mean to have, the adulation, admiration, and respect of someone like a Dr. Obidike Kumau?
Can you hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
Good evening. My very first encounter with Doc was in the library at Poetry and Politics. And he was very much appreciative and always celebrated each of us, told us to keep doing it, stick by Mama Neff, we'd always be all right. I took a break from school, and when I returned, the president had whitewashed Harvey Johnson's paintings, and we were all heartbroken. And I went to go run to Doc, and I'm like, I can't believe this man has done this. And he taught me about the house that Sweat built. And he gave me this whole lesson of truth that I found in no book. And that's when it really started to really just resonate how much power we have by the lessons we learn from our griots, our elders, and those who teach us the truth that we can carry out on the microphone and with our pen. And so I honor his existence because he was literally the first griot I met, and his ability to teach us so eloquently. His voice was always peace-filled. He always had love and compassion within his tone. I never saw him angry, but I did see him hurt. And you're right. Just listening to everyone speak of how he carried his family in his heart. The ones that he birthed, what a privilege. But the ones that he took in under his wing, we were just as much family and loved and cherished. And so while it's not the easiest thing to do to acknowledge the transition, it's so much of an honor to accept and humbly honor his existence because he still is among us. So it's been lovely.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. And I wanted to ask you, dear sister, why is poetry such an important vehicle and dynamic to use to express not only emotions of anger and frustration, but Doc was able to express emotions of love and admiration and elevation, because many sisters and brothers told me this week, they would say back in the day, and I know Miss Allen, you probably can speak to this, is, when they would all meet together for a gathering, they say, Obidike, do that poem. I want my money, I want my money, you know what I mean? And I laughed about that all the entire week because it was just like, people needed to hear those words. They needed to feel those feelings. They needed to tap into those emotions. And I want to learn from you why it's so important that poets write poems and that poets express the poetry that he so wonderfully not only did, but incubated and delivered to the community and found ways in which to elevate and also educate through the spoken word.
Indeed. I find us to be the most imperative because we have the capacity to not only articulate, but to scribe. And it is as though we are being utilized with the tools we have access to be on every medium that exists so we can continue to live. Our lineage is relevant, right? Poetry, as Brother Lero, he would say, poets are the only teachers they can't fire. They can mute us, but we can still whisper, we can still scream. But the writing, the call to action of putting pen to pad, that act, can you hear me? You can hear me? The act of writing is so important because it allows us to pay homage to our ancestors. The word lives because it was written. And though it has been, exposed to a transitive space of being condensed or modified, the truth lies within the line. And so while we cannot necessarily account for every moment of us, this is a poem. Being on here with the elders that we have, being on here with the likes of you said, you are such a important figure in this community. And you have expounded your reach because you've done this online for so many years. But the pen is something that we all have to honor. Ink and pencil and just the sound of it on paper. It is the most lulling noise. And when you have a busy mind, when you have a troubled mind, when your heart is overflowing, the pen allows you to get back to a place of peace. And if you do so while you surround yourself with the healing vibrations of the drums, of the noise, of the rustling of leaves, it just puts you in that place of healing. And everybody doesn't have the capacity to speak it extemporaneously. Not everybody has the wherewithal to get the words to sound so beautiful. But the simplicity of doing it because it's what we do, it's how we live.
Wow. That was a poem in of itself, my sister. I don't know whether to snap, I don't know whether to clap or pass the collection plate. Because that was great. You know what I mean? And I thank you for that. Because you express some things that I think are healing to the soul, is to let us know that even though we do grow old and sometimes we do transition, the words never die.
Never.
And the energy and the feeling and the vibration that we feel when someone stands before us and expresses it, whether it be in haiku or sonnet or some other form and formation of written prose, it lets us know that we are alive. Yes. And that we are in the land of the living. And since we are, we have an opportunity to grow, to evolve, to build, to strengthen, to fight, to resist.
Amen.
And to hopefully see a brighter day after a dark night. And I wanted to ask you this, dear Sister Allen. You're a poet as well. And Sister Nell, put y'all mics back on, because I got to bring y'all back on this conversation. And Brother Rob, we're going to bring you on to do some drumming. We got some other folks. Hey, we got a lot of people, so don't even worry. You know, we're going to bring you up. But the thing I wanted to ask all of you, wonderful and amazing sisters, I think it's so beautiful that this came together like this. It's amazing. It's all, hey, thank you, Doc. He making it happen. Because I remember we used to have so many conversations about poetry and about written word and about what it meant to be a wordsmith. You know, and I'm sitting looking at individuals who use their voice and their instrument to enlighten, to engage, to entertain, to elevate, to evolve, to express all of the expressions that we experience as human beings in flesh. And I wonder, as his spirit has transcended, and I believe that it's ascending in this moment and guiding us and uplifting us and enlivening our very flesh. And it's also telling me to be quiet and get to the question. But
oh my goodness!
I want to ask this to all of you, starting with Sister Allen. You know, when you think about, you know, some of the words that and the conversations that you had with your brother, it almost seemed like it was a poem or poetry in motion. And he had a rhythm, and that's what I was thinking about today. Not hearing that rhythm, that style, that eloquence. And I wonder if people really appreciated it when it was here, because you just can't wake up and do that. You know what I mean? You got to have a gift. You know, you got to grow that, to be able to do that and show that and know that. So I'm wondering, you know, as folk are tapping in all around the world, I'm wondering, can you share with people how important they need to find a way to listen to his poetry and to listen to Mama Neff's poetry, your poetry, and Sister Tip's poetry, and other poets that he stamped and said, this is approved, because it will not only help us move, but it will move us forward so that we can be bigger, better, and brighter than we've ever been.
Obidike and I used to talk in songs. If something, one of us would say something, and the words to a song would come up in our spirits, and we would quote that song. You know, one time he was talking about something, and he was going through something, and I said, "Bro, try a little tenderness." Hold his red, you know. But we just we heard songs, we heard music when we talked to each other. But this is a poem that I wrote that I shared. That his brother got for his dad, Eric, and later on, you know, it just fit for Obidike. A good man. What makes a man? What makes a good man? Is it his smile? Is it his laughter? Or is it the way he listens? Is it the concern he shows for others? A good man is good because of the life he lives. His life is full of honesty and integrity. As he examines his thoughts and his actions, a good man recognizes that he is accountable first to God, second to himself, and third to others. A good man knows that his word is his bond. His yes is yes and his no is no. A good man loves what is right and hates evil. A good man would rather hurt himself than to hurt someone he loves. A good man's life is full of joy when he is serving others. A good man finds fulfillment when he meditates on the things of God. A good man receives love when he gives love unconditionally. A good man knows that God loves him. A good man strives to give that love back to God. My brother was a good man, is a good man, and will always be a good man. Whatever, he was always in a spirit of learning and seeking the truth and really exploring different modalities that would help him to come to know the truth. I found him so fascinating because just listening to him talk and sometimes just being silent would say so much. But I remember when we used to do the conscious mindset on KPFT, and the show started at 9 o'clock and it would end at 11. And we would have so much fun. Now I go to bed early, but getting to the station and just laughing and we never had a rehearsal. At least I don't ever remember having a rehearsal. Just whatever came up came out, and it was live. He always made it fun. No matter what the subject was, no matter how deep it was, we found a way to incorporate laughter because laughter really is good medicine. Because some of the stuff that we deal with as human beings, and particularly as African American human beings, is some heavy stuff. But he found a way to bring it all together and help us to not want to go out and kill a bunch of folk or not want to take our own lives out of hopelessness. There was always hope. There was always, we can get through this. And so when I think about
Well, I think she
that he
froze.
brought into our relationship, I think about positivity. I think about it. No matter what you're going through, things will get better. Things will find a way to work themselves out. Just hold on.
Just hold on. Just hold on. Definitely. And I wanted to say thank you for that. And the fact that you are someone that's immersed in poetry and someone who understands the importance of expression and realizes how, as you just said, there was no script. Even right now, it's like we're not scripted. This is not a play. This is real. So when the camera stops and when the mic is unmuted, these are all things that just happen live. And those were things that I learned from Dr. Obidike is that don't try to orchestrate everything. Let spirit and let life unfold. So many times You get so caught up in trying to make things perfect. And I was part and parcel of that. Wishing, wanting things to be perfect, wanting every show to go exactly as I envisioned it. And I remember one night he was like, "Is that what the people need? Is that what your audience wants? They want authenticity. They want truth. They want sincerity. And yeah, you know, it would be grand and great to have it go your way. But it's more important for you to be the way that they can see a greater light in themselves, that they can understand what it really means to be human. And that's to deal with the mistakes, to deal with the resistance, to overcome those things that might be challenging and might be obstacles. But if we change the way we think, we'll see them as opportunities to grow. And that's not only something that he said in prose and in conversation, that's something that I saw in example in how he walked, how he talked, and how he engaged with other folk. Mama Neff, I wanted to get to you before we heard from Brother Ra on the importance of his love and appreciation for the arts. And the reason why, I want to go there is because folk need to begin to read more. And he was an avid reader. And that was one of the things, Sister Diane, you talked about in terms of the show. Almost every show, he had a new book that I either needed to go get, go read, go analyze. And he was avidly a proponent of absorbing information through the art of reading, through the art of sitting down and using your eyes and your brain and processing the written word, which is critically important, not only for our youth, but for you and you and you and you, and me too.
Yeah.
So I think it's very important and apropos in this present time and season in which most of us are glued to this, for us to slow down and pick up something like this, a book, and read into it so that we can not only prove that we are as intellectual as we believe we are sometimes, um, but we can also absorb and refine our mind because this is brain food, and I think
Mhm.
that we need to use it and do it consistently and constantly. So, Mama Neff, I'd love to get your thoughts, and then we'll bring on some other folk that are waiting patiently.
I hope um first of all, I hope Miss Tiff has something for us before she get off. I love listening to her. But I am reminded of a conversation that Doc and I had in his office. And I remember when we first started Poetry and Politics. Um, Doc said, he say, "Now, what made you do poetry and politics?" And I told him, because it saved my life. You know, I remember when the poets used to come on to the campus and be out on the yard, and they would be spitting and doing their performance. And I said, I can do that. And I remember Socrates said, well, do it then, because he was out on the yard. But Doc was standing behind me. And so Doc was doing that little push. And I was like, no, Doc, no, I can't do it. I can't do it, you know. And I kept listening and listening. I didn't do anything right then and there. But Doc told me one day, he said, Nell, this library is more than just a library. He said, this is a place for us to come and communicate with each other and to pass the word down from the ancestors to the kids, to the young people. And he said, this word is what's gonna save them. And then he told me, he said, no, he said the poets are the word of the future. He said the poets is what's passing life and messages from mouth to mouth, is what he told me. And when he seen them perform, tears sometimes would come to Doc's eyes, and like Miss Tiffany, and he said, you know what? He said that young lady, she gonna save a bunch of lives and she don't even know it. And the killing part about the whole thing is one of the lives that she did save was my own, you know. But Doc said that that library was a place for young people to come, for them to read and find out about themselves and their ancestors and where they come from and the different cultures that we are. He said that's what that library was for. And when we spoke and did poetry at that library, Doc was proud of each and every one of those kids that got up and spoke. He was proud of us all. And I would just like to say that I personally, I wish that that legacy could continue on over at Texas Southern University in the library, because it is more than just a place where you go sit and read or do your homework. It's life. That's a lifeline for the community. That's what that is.
Man, woo! That's powerful. That's powerful. Sister Tiffany, I saw the emotion that you were overcome with in hearing those words. And I myself can again confirm and verify that those words were true. And that's how he felt about you. And even though we might have a delay, Doc was still beautiful in conveying the greatness that he saw in you. So as we bring on Brother Ra, hopefully you can share your greatness with those who have yet to hear how you do what you do. But before you do, I definitely want to know, as that rain falls from your eyes, and that's not tears of pain or grief, that's tears of joy and light and love. Because you know, we definitely want to send it up above, because we know Doc is sending down the love to us right now. So I'm just wondering, how does that feel, knowing and understanding that greatness, saw the greatness in you?
My gratitude abounds. It is definitely tears of joy. The feeling is completely mutual, as my life was saved because of poetry.
Ashayo. Did you have a piece? And I know Brother Ra's on. If he wants to say some words before he does his thing, I definitely would love. I know you knew Doc as well, my brother.
I actually don't believe I met the doctor, but from everything that I've heard and the people that I've interacted with through him, that have been engaging with him, such as the goddess Tiffany here, the word magician, and just the intellectual prowess, of her being able to formulate her words and touch people in the same way. Because everybody can spit some rhymes and drop some flows, but it's when you're able to touch the soul, and really help transform people. And that's what I've seen her do in so many spaces. So that's just a show of his great work. And it sounds like a man that we all gonna inspire to be.
Ashayo. So without further ado, Sister Tiffany, did you want to share some of your light and some of your love?
Thank you. If you don't mind, while I speak, if you could breathe in for 3, out for 7. You just inhale for 3 seconds, exhale for 7, and keep that flow for me. 1, 2, 3. Take a deep breath in and slowly exhale. There is joy in this room. In this space, we transcend to a place of knowing that though we find ourselves iniquity faced, we have always been able to embrace the way we chase our own dreams. We have been poured into by the kings and queens of our ancestry. We know that we will rise above the occasion and always keep our hands on high, because if we praise him, we find ourselves being able to subside past the pain that we face. And no pain can disdain us to the place to realize that complacency will no longer plague us, because we know what it means when we can breathe. the simplistic process of peace, bringing it back to action because we know what it is when it comes with ease. But even in the issue of knowing that sometimes it's been so typical to be apprehensive to pass so freely because we have been afflicted by the tears that shed. We don't seem to understand how we've been fed, but we are full in this space. No longer fooled by the race, or believing that we have to chase the ribbon to cut ties, but we realize that as long as our feet are in motion and our hands are open, we will always get the grace of his glory. Being able to say that our whole humbled hearts are able to be open because we are hoping that we can still extend past the screen to get to a peace-filled space, to know that the hearts of those that chase the whole hope of knowing that his voice still resonates in our ears. We can hear him like the drums. And his shadows will always be the way the sun glows. We allow ourselves to really know what it means to transcend. We begin again only to find that this be the moment we breathe in so deeply and feel peace and joy and the resurrection of knowing that sometimes it gets to a place to truly believe how we can chase this idea that if we just grab hold of pen and place it upon pad, we too will find a way to get past this. We find ourselves in the reflection of knowing that the words that we spit are more so to be swallowed by our audience, because if you would just take in a deep breath, you will begin to realize the joy of seeing how life flows through your body so naturally. And as a matter of fact, we have so much access to extend ourselves and be the root of this tree, to know that diasporically we are able to bring peace, speak peace over his grandchildren's grandchildren, because he has already made that possible. And we know that his wife and his son and his daughters and every single extension of him is just as blessed as we have been in a room with him. They share his blood. They know his love. And I hope and pray that they are covered with it today. And for the days coming on to be, we have to get to a space to realize when we see them, we must take in a deep breath and give all of the honor and gratitude for the fact that we can see them through this. They are not alone, and we are not either. And the way that our family has been so yielded together, we realize this bond can never be broken, because we all know what it feels like to hold a pen and say his name. Thank you, Doc. I say.
Hey, wait, sus. Woo-wee. That was heat. That was heat. Thank you. And it just goes to show that Doc, he knew what he was talking about, And Sister Neff said something just a few moments ago. She talked about, Doc said that sister will save lives, and her life being one of them. I just thank you for being you.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing what you do, because it definitely makes a difference. And it is, as Sister Allen just wrote in the comments, you know what I'm saying? So I just know that this is not an accident, that it's by design. And we're right lock and step in time. And I just thank you for doing what you do. Brother Rob, did you want to? I know you're a gifted, talented, and amazing man of many gifts. I don't know if you wanted to, share something in terms of, with the drum, or just a word of inspiration as well, as we proceed. And I definitely believe that we got to hear some words from Mama Neff too. You know what I'm saying, before we get out of here. And we got, a couple other people that want to get in. There was so many people that was trying to get on the live. They couldn't get on the live, but we got a couple more people, Miss Arnold, and we got Muse coming up next. You know what I'm saying? So hold tight. We definitely got a wonderful and beautiful expression of love coming up in just a few moments. But Brother Rob, did you have something you wanted to share, on this wonderful and amazing evening? Turn your mic on, brother.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Peace and blessings, everybody. Love and light, and just upliftment to the great doctor. May he be able to ascend to the highest heights and continue to look down on all of you, on all of us. And in that way, using the drums to show gratitude for the things that he's done on this plane and the things that he's going to continue to do in the higher realms. So, and the power invested in me, I'm gonna use the djembe to express that love and that compassion that he left on this earth with so many beautiful people.
Asheo. Man, thank you, thank you, Baba. We appreciate you. Thank you for your light. Thank you for being
Yes.
a portal. Yes, 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 and definitely let people know how they can learn more about your greatness because you do some amazing things in the community to help heal, guide, and uplift and enlighten. And Baba would want others to know about your greatness. So please let people know how they can tap into what you do.
Yes, sir. Y'all can follow me on Instagram at Chakra Phantoms. We host yoga, sound baths, Reiki, all of the things that we talk about healing ourselves from. This is a way we have a protocol in which we can work through these things and help us all live in our God frequency. I also own a swim school All right, a swimming school. So I teach all ages, from infants to adults, all levels of swimming. So y'all can look us up at Big Splash Swim School. Big Splash Swim School. That's on Instagram and Facebook. My name is Ra Kepri Patah, or Coach Ra. And from the drum to the sound bowls to the swim pool, we're here to service the community and continue to uplift ourselves and educate ourselves so we can connect with our true selves and live in that divine power and strength. So thank you again. I'm honored to be able to share my talents tonight and uplifting the Baba. So bliss and healing to the heart, to everyone, and know that he walking with you. He done gave everybody a superpower. All right.
Ashe, yo. Thank you for that, dear brother. And we have these amazing sisters that we're bringing on, and we know that we're going to continue on and keep on shining bright and a wonderful and beautiful light. And I want to send that energy and that vibration to both of you. And I know Sister Tiffany does as well too. And we want to thank you for being so patient, waiting. We know we got a bunch of people on, so just if you get knocked off or you can't get in, please just keep logging back in. Please keep logging back in, because we want to spread this light, this love, this energy. People are texting my phone telling me, hey man, we ain't going nowhere. This is what we need. This is the love. This is the energy. This is the vibration. We ain't going to be filled with grief. Baba wouldn't want that. He would not want that. He want us to be filled with love, because that's what he expressed. That's what he sent. That's what he was a conduit of. So don't be surprised that tonight is about love. You probably thought, because I was dressed in all black, that, we're going to be crying and we ain't going to be feeling the vibration of good vibrations. No, I'm in all black because I'm standing on business. And you know what I'm saying? I know what he was about. He was about that good vibration and good energy. So it's a privilege, pleasure, and honor to give you an opportunity to share. My dear sister, Yolanda Arnold, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling well. And I definitely love to give you a few moments to share some of your love and light about our dear brother tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I met my dad my freshman year at
Wow.
Langston.
Wow.
We had just this instant and kismet connection. What was interesting is kind of spreading the word this weekend as I'm texting my brothers, my family, because we weren't brought together by blood, but brought together by love. And as I'm texting them, I didn't say, my dad. I said my daddy, because that's who he was to me. And I got, a bunch of touching statements, but most certainly my family accepted the fact that I had a whole nother family. And it was such a beautiful thing, because at certain intervals they met. There were times at Langston where I actually lived with my daddy and Ngozi before Kono was even born, and then again after he was born. Some of the students on campus, we all, looked at them as our parents, our extra parents. He was the curator of the Black Heritage Center at Langston. That's where I did my my work study the entire time that I was at Langston. And we got to be so close. And Ngozi used to always say, you were truly your daddy's daughter, because we had these things about shades. And I don't lose my keys, but if I lost my shades, it would be a serious problem. And he was the same way with these shades. It was just hilarious, because I used to talk about how, I got 4 parents. And it's crazy because 2 of them are, biologically mine, and 2 of them God just gave me. And so we would always talk about, that you have the family that you were born into, and you have the family that God blessed around you. And so at one time we get to talking, and I had told him, And because we talked so much about how much we meant to each other, at one point early on, he asked me, "Am I the father that you never had?" And I said, "No, you're the father that I've always wanted." No disrespect to my biological, but I call my biological pops. And to distinguish the difference or the impact that my daddy Obidike had on my life, I remember explaining to him and to my family and to other people that the way that I distinguish that, because I'm the only girl of four brothers, and so we literally call the biological pops. And when I talk about my daddy, they know I'm talking about Obidike. And I said that he supported me as a writer. He also supported me and loved on me when my fountain ran dry, because that was real hard for me. But I remember explaining that when I am when my movement is televised and I'm being interviewed for the books that I've written, somebody is going to call Pops and say, "I didn't know your daughter was a writer." He'll say, "I didn't either."
Mm.
And somebody will call my daddy and he'll be like, "Yeah, I'm watching it." And that piece that she's talking about, that's what she wrote when she had her heart broken her freshman year of college. Or that's what she wrote when she lost her mom and there was a funeral tour where she lost 12 people in 10 months. Or she wrote this piece. So he knew at what moment of life, space, and time that I wrote whatever I wrote, because we talked about it.
Mm.
There was nothing that we couldn't talk about. In 2009, when he called to let me know he's recovering from colon cancer, I had been the person in my family where anytime there's a health crisis, I'm the administrator, the caregiver, the health advocate, and all of that. And my daddy knew of that. And so when he called, we had this conversation where, when he goes, me and Ngozi just wanted to know. And I said, well, I got to be in Dallas for training um, around January. And so I'll just come straight to Houston.
Mm.
And while I'm there, and to know the fact that I am the most squeamish person in my family, my major was journalism and English. I'm not, I have no formal anything when it comes to healthcare. But crisis hit our family early on. And so I grew up with the camp out, which is basically somebody's in the hospital. You don't leave their side. As a child, I was organizing that schedule. Who would cook, who would come back and give food to the other family members so that nobody ever had to leave. So that's what I did. And so I'm explaining to him, that I'll be there without hesitation or reservation, and my brothers were like, "Well, how long are you staying?" "I don't know." "Well, when are you coming back?" "I don't know." And I don't concern myself with the details. I just show up and let God show out. And that's what happened. And it was so sweet because they came and picked me up from the airport, from the bus station. Um, and Gozi said, because Daddy was expecting me to come straight to the hospital. And I hadn't seen him in almost 20 years. And she told me, she said, "Don't let your daddy rush you. You do it when you're ready." And so I took a full month before I was able to go to the hospital and see him, because everything that everybody's talking about, that's who my daddy was. He was the superhero. He was everything. And so just seeing him fragile, I wasn't ready for that. But he comes home, and basically the first follow-up visit he had, I never will forget, him and the doctor were talking, and he asked the doctor about reconstructive surgery. And the doctor told him, "We can't even have that conversation. You were at once, 260. Now you're 160. We can't talk about that until you gain weight." Of course, my daddy didn't hear what he said. But what was funny is, as soon as we got back home, I'm thinking that I can feed the man and help him gain that weight. So that's what I would do. Every time he looked up, it was a meal. I do 5 or 6 small meals a day. So I instantly put him on 5 or 6 small meals a day. And it would be so hilarious because he's like, "Didn't I just eat?" But yeah, but still, And the real funny part is he was on restriction when he first went back to work at TSU. He's doing coming home half days. And as squeamish as I was, I get so frustrated with him because he wake up, he has to have his peace time, and he needs to be out the door at 10 o'clock, and it's 9:30, and he just getting in the tub and trying to get dressed. I'm in the kitchen and he's struggling, trying to bandage himself. And I'm squeamish. So I'm not going to run in there and say, Daddy, I'll help. And I didn't. But I was struggling with the fact that he's struggling. Long story short, I ended up bandaging him twice. He didn't come straight home. He didn't come home till 5 o'clock. By the time he gets home, I'm hot and heated, which, as everybody is stating, gave me a greater appreciation from Mama and Gozy, because you were supposed to be home at 12 and here it is 6. He said, well, it's your fault. Because when he was in the hospital, he may have had to been wrapped a couple of times. Once he come home, he had to been wrapped a couple of times. And he was like, I haven't needed to be wrapped. So it's your fault. And literally that happened again. We had a conversation. He said, baby, I know you don't like direct care and you love the administrative part and the health advocacy part, but you have a skill for what you don't want to do and hadn't even thought about doing it. I came back home. I got my CNA license and figured I could be more fortified, because now I can do all of it. That training was as a certified grief recovery specialist. So from diagnosis to death, I can do it. And we're on the porch one night talking, and he asked me, about the fact that I came without hesitation or reservation, and I don't have a deadline on how long I can be here. I'm here until you need me or you don't need me anymore. And he said, if this was Pops, would you have done the same thing? And I thought about it and I said, yes. And I said, actually, I'm asking God to give me the kind of heart where, regardless of who it is, biological or not, I would do it without hesitation or reservation all over again. I don't know, why I'm put in this situation when people are at their darkest or most vulnerable hour, not having that background. But we talked about there is something sacred about a transition. There is something sacred about, when you were climbing mountains one day and the next day you can't even get out of bed. And it takes a strong person to be there for that vulnerability. And it was an honor and a privilege to be there like that. And it just strengthened that bond, because once I get back home, we're still talking, no matter what. And we used to say that no matter how much time has passed and how much space is between us, that bond will always be there, and it will be. And so I can't wait, to get there and hold my mom, my brother, and my sisters and all of that, because truly it is a blessing to be in his presence. It's a blessing to know him, because to know him, you can't help but automatically love him. The power and the love and the light that he exuded, it was a peace that made you be still. It was a peace that made you feel like everything that you had been through was what brought you to that moment, whatever that moment is. The Langston tribe, we had a book that we published, the original cipher. And so he was a gatherer everywhere he went. Everywhere he went. And he brought people together. And in bringing people together, he elevated a mind every chance he got. He had a way of seeing you that made you look at yourself differently. And to me, that's one of the most beautiful gifts that a human being can possess. And because he had such an impact in flesh form, knowing that when we lay these bodies down and we return to pure spirit, we really expand. I am so thrilled and delighted to just think about the ways in which he will communicate, the ways he will love, the way he is here right now, with all of us and each of us. And he's opening that heart, that mind, and creating an expansion that will help us all to remember that there is nothing that we cannot do, overcome, or be. Because he was an example of that. And thank you so much for putting this together. Thank you so
Beautifully
much
said.
for bringing the community of who he was into a community of the legacy that we will each have the responsibility of making sure that that light still shines ever
Wow,
brighter and even brighter than before.
that's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you for
you.
your offering and your sharing. And as I was listening to you share, I could feel the care, I could feel the love, I could feel all of the tenderness and those tender moments that a father and a daughter would have. And
Hmm.
I wanted to ask this question so that people can get a better understanding of not only the importance of life, but how we need to cherish those that mean a lot in our lives. I'm wondering, can you please elucidate and express to us what it's like to take care of someone that you love and you know that they could potentially go on to glory, as they say, transition,
Hmm.
as others like to say. And
Yeah.
I'd like to know, because I did have conversations with Doc, and I knew Doc when he was going through those things, and he was very transparent about transitioning, about leaving, about done,
Hmm.
and he didn't accept it. But I'm wondering, in those intimate moments, if you will, what were his thoughts on his life and the legacy he would leave if he was to transition?
What's interesting is that when we talked about it, we talked more about the intimacy that goes in that place. I remember telling him that we struggle with certain ages and stages. There are certain things that can happen to an individual where they struggle in their faith if they're not, regardless of how strong their faith is, they're going to struggle. And when you begin to have your mobility called into question, sometimes it could be a stroke, sometimes it could be anything. It could be, a brain aneurysm, anything that takes away your independence or your ability to move freely. And I remember explaining to him, because that night that we were talking on the porch and we're talking about, would I have done that for anyone? And did I just say yes because it was him? And I'm telling him, how it's scary to be in that moment where, like I said, somebody is at their darkest and most vulnerable hour. And especially when you don't know why you're called to it. And I talked about how I felt so ill prepared. I felt, why am I in this space time and time again? And he talked about, it's like God has communicated to you something about the intimacy and the dignity of it. And I say that there are situations that can reduce us to infancy. And we talked about, what does that mean? And I said, basically, your independence is taken away, not because you're being punished, because a lot of us have been taught that that's what that is. Whether it's incarceration or incapacitation, there are some times when you have to be reduced to infancy in order to remember and understand that there is nothing that you're controlling.
Mm,
You were here because I gave you the gift of being here,
mm,
and I can kiss you and subtract your breath at any moment. And
mm,
so we discuss the intimacy of that and the honor that is in there, the integrity and the dignity, and how everybody can't do that. because it does something to the relationship dynamic. If it's a child taking care of a parent, sometimes that's hard. You can love them as much as you want to, but it's hard to see your parent reduced to needing that type of care. So it was more the intimacy, but we both had a value and a sacredness for death because it wasn't the end. And, you know, we talked about that, how as human beings, we really think that these bodies were the best invention. And sometimes, as much as we can reach out and touch someone and cause them pain, we can speak words and knock people down with them. But our spirit that doesn't speak, that doesn't reach, that doesn't touch you, can envelop you and enfold you and encircle you in such a way where you do feel it on a physical level. So it's more sacred there. And one thing that he would always say is that I know that there is never an ending. There's always the next chapter. There's never an ending. There's always something more to be said, something more to be done. And we can communicate in a way with that spiritual light that we cannot communicate with our words and with our hands. And, you know, even the feet that move us can't take us places where our spirits can. And the fact that spirit doesn't know space and time, it's not limited by anything. So the fun really begins, the heart really expands, the mind really expands, because there are ways that, and I've seen that there are books that my daddy would send, and those books are part of my daily ritual. So literally, I would run my finger across those words that he had written, and I'm still connected to him. You know, there were ways that he showed that regardless of what happens, I live the way that I wanted to live. And so I don't feel like there's an end. The vehicle still drives even without the wheels, because the wheels are not the vehicle. The light is that vehicle. And so now, if you think that you were close to him, if you think that you knew and felt that love, now the fun really begins. Because he's not limited by space and time. He put the weight of that suit down. And with his sense of humor, with his love of life, the stories that we share tonight, the next time we all come together, 3 months, 6 months, a year, oh, there will be so much laughter. Because literally the fun is really about to begin.
Wow.
It's really going to expand, because, and he knew, you know, how to use that light, how to use that love, how to use that peace. And so now, man, that superpower is about to really expand. It really is. And the one thing that gave me peace is that I have a instant guardian angel.
Wow.
I have an instant guardian angel, and I firmly believe in that he's going to walk with every last one of us wherever we go. He's going to open that door. He's going to, you know, help you in every possible way without any type of restrictions. Because sometimes when you leave here with a heavy heart and you get an assignment to walk by somebody, and you're not with legs, or you get the assignment to see somebody through a situation and your eyes are closed, you might be resentful of that. He won't be. And because he can be anywhere and everywhere at the same time, there will be stories. There will be stories that I cannot wait to hear them.
Wow.
Because he was an amazing man in flesh form. So he will transcend that amazement in spirit form.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that. I had no
Thank you for the
idea
opportunity.
that was going to not only be as meaningful. Yes, I didn't have no idea that this was going to be as meaningful and constructive and productive. And your light, your love, your experience, your vulnerability and candor has made all of us better. And I know
Thank
that
you.
the things, yes, the things that you have shared have all better prepared us for our own journey in that particular
Mm-hmm.
dynamic and aspect. So I thank you, and we really appreciate you, and we
Thank
look
you.
forward to again having that 3 months, that 6 months, that year
Mm-hmm.
to enjoy,
Yeah.
right? And before
Yeah.
we let you go, we definitely have to see you in the physical form, and we
Yes.
want to inform people how they can learn more about your greatness and the great things that you're doing. So please let people know how they can find out more information about you.
Well, I kind of abandoned my Facebook. Me and my daddy were talking about the relaunch that's about to happen. But Yolanda or Jane Arnold is how I'm listed on Facebook. Email is yo20arnold at yahoo.com. And there are, various things that I share with any type of community, but especially us as people. And that is understanding that death is not the end.
Mhm.
And there is dignity in death. There is grace for grievers. And it is okay, to feel what you feel and to know that you can move through it. My tears were tears of honor. Um, because it's a beautiful thing. It is the most all encompassing area of life. And it is a beautiful thing to witness a soul's transition and to know and to have peace that there is no barrier. There's nothing but light enveloping,
Mhm.
and they're going to a place of peace and a place of life and a place of light that is far beyond anything that we could ever experience as human beings.
Thank you, dear sister. Peace and
Thank
blessings.
you.
Wow, that was beautiful. Dear Sister Muse, thank you for your patience. And I
Thank you.
want to publicly say thank you for this opportunity to help, uh, I believe, strengthen and enrich our community. You played a pivotal part in all of this happening. So I want to, publicly say thank you. And I
Thank you.
appreciate you for being you. And I know that Doc meant a lot to you as well, and I want to definitely give you that moment to express that. And anyone else that would like to express that, please just stay on the line, and we'll give you that time. But you can always write in the comments. And please, I really believe that Doc not only sees this, he's feeling this and
He's a
sending that vibration back to us. So, as much as this is healing for us, I know that it's also healing for him, because a lot of times we don't think that this will be the last time. And I'm speaking from personal experience, because last Sunday I had no idea that this would be the last time I speak to my brother. And all throughout this week, I was just thinking about things that I could have done that would have changed the situation. And I can't lie to you and say that it's been easy. It's been very challenging. It's been a very difficult thing. But I think that tonight I feel his light and I feel his love, and I know that everything happens by divine guidance. And I know that he's guiding us to get stronger and get better. And I know that he was more focused on the community and the community healing than his own personal vanity. And that's why we celebrate and salute him tonight. And I just wanted to share that with everyone tonight, to let them know that this by no means, by no stretch, was something that we did, you know, vainly or for some, you know, nonsensical purpose. We love this brother. We love Ngozi. We love his family. We love what he meant to our community. And there's so many individuals that will do things in the interim, in the future, to showcase that love. And we say, do them, and do them with even more love than you can imagine, because that's what he would have wanted. So I love for you to share, what's on your heart, and also to let our dear Baba know that he is appreciated and valued, because he was a valuable one.
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Absolutely.
Well, I met Baba Obidike at KPFT, and I instantly began to refer to him as my radio uncle because my radio dad was Larry Coleman from KPVU FM. So I couldn't give the father spot, but he was radio uncle. But speaking of father, he had a lot of qualities that reminded me of my father. And my father was a very upstanding man, very giving man, um, very community oriented type of man. And there were traces of that in Baba Obadike's character that reminded me of my father. And so with the radio was where we first met. And we met through radio, we bonded through poetry.
Mhm.
I'll say that. When I found out he wrote poetry, I was like, gimme, 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 gimme. I want to hear what you got to say. So I heard his poetry, he heard my poetry, and my life was kind of in a whirlwind almost all the time. I was always on the go, very fast moving. So oftentimes I would cross paths with Baba Obadike like in passing. And in those passing moments, it would always be like these random things that would be just what my spirit needed to hear.
Mhm.
Or I would have something to say to him that he would be like, you know what? I needed to hear that. Many of our conversations were very spiritually charged. And I'm smiling because I'm reflecting on a memory of when I almost stole his ink pen and he bought me an ink pen so I wouldn't steal his. And he was always so warm and so loving and so genuine. And even though it was like he had the most interesting way of calling you out without calling you out,
Mhm.
you know? And I remember one discussion where we were talking about the Orisha because he was one of the first to know that I had become a priestess of Oya and the
Mhm.
Ifa Orisha tradition. And we got to talking about Orisha crowns. And I was not surprised at all to learn that Baba Obidike's crown was Obatala.
Mhm.
And in the Ifa Orisha tradition, Obatala is the king of the Orisha.
Wow.
And what makes Obatala the king of the Orisha is humility, patience, keeping a cool head. And Obatala is represented by the pure white cloth,
Mhm.
meaning the strive for spiritual purity.
Mhm.
It is Obatala that carries the prototype that the other main six Orishas are trying to become.
Mhm.
And for that energy to crown Baba Obedike, I would just look at him as a walking embodiment of the Orisha Obatala.
Mhm. Mhm.
And his passing hit me hard, even though, we have all these respects and these honorable, beautiful ways that we honor the transition of someone. But because you love that person, it still hits.
Right.
And as far as in that moment, it's like you have to have that pain and shed those tears. But speaking as a priestess of Oya, who is the guardian of the ancestors, I would like to encourage any and everyone that has any type of heavy heart about this to allow yourself to release him in the flesh so that he can be with you in spirit.
Mhm.
As the sister
Mhm.
Yolanda said
Mhm. Wow.
because he had already got started on this podcast. I was late coming on tonight because I was producing a video of his poem. a God is talking to you. And
Wow.
the other sister that was just here was just mentioning that very same poem. I was in this waiting room wiggling in my seat like he is already at it. And I did a lot with ancestral energy in my priestesshood. And I'm here to tell each and every one of you, I have no idea why people say rest in peace. Because ancestral spirits are very active. And you can feel the beauty of that energy when you allow that to be. And it takes time for each and every one of us. But I just want to take this moment to extend the words of encouragement that allow this ancestral spirit to dry the tears. It may not happen overnight, but just allow that process to happen. Because the love doesn't end, the relationship just changes. Life doesn't end, it only changes forms. And get this. So, y'all know, well, I have two more things to share. I'm going to pull it in together. I had reached a point of discouragement, and it was right when I was about to shift from leaving KPFT and starting 222.9, the mothership. And I had a lot of doubt to sort through. I was fighting a lot of doubt. And it was in one of those passing moments that I ran into Baba Obidike. And, you know, that's that father energy. You can try to pretend you all right all you want to. He's like, how you doing? I'm like, I'm cool. He just looked at me like, come again. No, no, ma'am. Try again. And I told him what was on my mind, and he gave me just the nudge I needed. And he says, when you know God is calling you to do something, you can't worry about what people are going to think about.
Yeah.
You can't worry about folks
Yeah.
calling you names, can't worry about folks calling you arrogant. He was like, worry about how the ancestors are going to respond if you don't do what they told you to do.
Woo.
I was like, okay, the defense rests your honor.
Wow.
And it was like, and he didn't just give me those words, he put an action behind it. He was one of the first to record a liner for the station, and he gave me his poetry to put in rotation as music. And so his poetry plays all the time in rotation. But specifically, the poem that jumped out at me when I was adjusting to the energy of his transition was A God is Talking to You. So he's already letting it be known that he is because he was God in the flesh walking around down here. This was a man who lived from the God within. So imagine what his ancestral energy is on. A God is talking to you. So anytime you want to meditate on that energy of remembering him, remember that a God is talking to you. And the first spiritual sign I would say I'm going to connect to his assignment in the ancestral realm. I'm an astrologer. So get this. Pluto just went into Aquarius, right? And that's going to bring about a lot of spiritual awakenings, a lot of spiritual changes, a lot of beautiful things. I connect that to Baba because Pluto rules the sign Scorpio. Baba Obidike was a Scorpio. So I give thanks.
Yeah. We all give thanks. And not only was he a Scorpio, he was a great seer of talent.
Yes.
And I'm happy that he gave you what he gave you because you're giving us the mothership. And it's a portal to be able to connect not only with the ancestors and the legacy that they leave, but it's also the mantle and the torch that I believe that we are to receive and carry on. So while we mourn his loss, we appreciate what he has left for us to carry on.
Yes.
And in carrying on that work, we know that he will continue to work, and
Yes.
that work will work for
Yes.
generations to come.
May I
So
add something really quick?
please
I
feel
would
free.
have brought a plant and a water, but I'm around too much electronic equipment because I'm operating off of my radio stuff too. But I will say this because I was going to do a libation, but I can't pour water around all these electronics. But I will say this: any who haven't already, if you don't know how to pour a libation, all you have to do is get a cup of water and go outside and pray your prayers, speak your love into his memory, and pour the water to the earth.
Mm.
Those of you that like to do candles, you can do a regular tea light candle and you can write his name down and place it next to the candle. Say a prayer to send your love and lighting his way home and light the candle. But make sure you stay there until it burns all the way out. Don't blow it out, don't put it out. Let it burn all the way out. It'll typically burn out in 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. For those of if anyone that's watching this that may not know how to do a libation or may not know how to burn a candle, I just wanted to share that so that the more of us put our love and our light in whichever ways we do, the better.
The better, definitely. And dear Baba left us with so many instructions to make us better. I'm really overcome with a sense of humility and appreciation for the community because um, we mentioned earlier this week how important it is to have integrity, how important it
Yes.
is to have respect for
Yes.
humanity, and in particular for we as melanated people, as Bob used to say, people of light, people of the sun, if you will, to reflect things that are of light, that
Yes.
are of positivity, not just contritely in our conversation, in our
Oh,
rhetoric, right? But more importantly, indeed in our deeds, and done cognitively and consciously in the ways in which we choose to behave. And he, as I saw him evolve, and I'm not trying to deify nor to glorify nor to idolize, but I am going to itemize the importance and the significance of our dear brother. And as
yes.
someone who was able and capable to love on us in a way in which, in a shape in which, in a form and formation that helped us elevate. And before we bring on this wonderful and amazing brother that I have dear admiration and respect for, I would just love for you to give us divine feminine energy to let us know how important it is to be around men who don't take advantage of women and who
Mm.
don't misuse the responsibility as men to protect and to love and cherish and honor them without objectifying them and
Mm.
making them feel less than, but to feel the best that they are. And I think that he was a star at that, of making sure that you felt protected, making sure that you felt elevated and uplifted and not neglected nor disrespected, courtesy of your contours and the curves and dimensions of your wonderful and amazing femininity, but understood and appreciated the very spirituality and the divineness in your divinity. So I definitely love for you to speak to that before we bring on our dear brother.
All right. I'm gonna kind of do a short version of this because I don't want to keep too far into that energy. I'm in my calm Oya winds right now, and talking about that too long is gonna flare Shango up. So we don't need that right now. But what I will say is, as a woman, period. Oh, As a woman, period, we are constantly having to guard our energies from predatory men.
Mm.
That's just something, that's just the fine print on the package of having a socket instead of a plug. Okay, that's as nice as I can put it. But what makes it so much more excruciatingly unacceptable is when these things are perpetrated by those who pretend like they're coming to help.
Mm. Mm.
That's when the dashiki becomes a decoration. That's when the ankhs become a masquerade party.
Mm.
That is when you make it harder to trust men like Baba Obidike who actually deserve it, because to make sure we are crystal clear, he is the exact opposite of what we're talking about.
Mm.
And that's what made him such and still makes him an honorable man and an honorable ancestor.
Mm.
Because he was one of few men that I did not have to watch my back around.
Mm.
And I say all of that to say this. Allow Baba Obidike's life, his light, his love, his legacy, his integrity be a template for many of you who are out there that use the knowledge to manipulate your way into the panties of hurting women.
Mm.
Use a new template if you have not been paying attention, because there is a difference between elders and olders.
Mm.
There is a difference between teachers and actors.
Yeah.
And if we are truly going to come together as a community, you cannot speak out of one side of your mouth and white devil, white devil, white devil, because you're distracting us from everything you black devils are doing.
Wow.
And I'm not going to go too far because I can feel that flame coming up. I'm going to stop right there. Okay, I'm going to stop, because, and what makes it sad, because when we come into knowledge and consciousness and awakening, we're already having to unlearn a lot.
Yeah.
We're already healing ancestral trauma. We're
Mm.
already healing from sexual abuse. The last thing we need are people who pretend to come and be healers when really you just another expletive, expletive, expletive coming from with your whatever in your hand. I'm trying to be nice. This is a memorial. And you're just taking a different angle. You're the same predator coming from a different angle.
Mm.
That's enough to make people who are really serious about walking the road less traveled lose hope.
Mm.
And it's completely unacceptable. So I'm on the screen, Divine Vascular Men. If this applies to you, go on and let Hit Dogs holler in secret
Mm.
and allow Baba Obidike's life, light, and memory to be an example of what it really means to be a divine, spiritual, conscious man. And make a note, he never wore a certain costume. Ashe.
Asheo. Thank you, dear sister. That was brilliant, poignant,
Thank you.
pointed, and right on time. We thank you
Ashe. My
so
honor.
much. I mean, that takes a lot of courage, consciousness, and,
Yes. I wasn't expecting that
and
one.
and love. And that's what Baba was all about. You know what I'm
Love.
saying?
Yes.
It's love. And not pseudo love, not fake love,
He was
not,
for real.
yeah, it was real.
And that is so rare and
And that,
so precious.
man, that's so important. And
So
and
I
I'm
send my love, light, condolences out to his family, his children. You all are very, very blessed, and I hope that you feel all of this love. And I honor you all for surrounding and being the immediates of this amazing man.
thank you. And I would love for you to share how they can get this energy elsewhere and really anywhere in place, space, and time. on the mothership. So please
For
let
now,
folks
I'll
know how
just
to
say
get that in.
Google search 222, that's 3 2s, .9, the mothership, internet radio.
I'm doing it right now.
A whole lot of stuff is gonna come up. And I'm 30 days away from 3 years on the air.
Wow, big salute, big salute, big salute, big salute.
Thank you.
Type it in the chat. Love you to life. Thank you for that. And let's continue on doing what Baba would want us to do.
All right, and let me know when you're ready. I need to send you over some of the files for his
Okay.
poetry.
Okay, definitely. And
Those
and,
that
and
you want
others
that
can reach out to you as well for some of that
absolutely.
great information as well. Thank you, dear sister. Peace and blessings. And we'll see you soon. That's
Thank you.
one and only. We want to bring on this great one. Haven't seen his brother in a little while. Hope you're doing well, Baba. I wish it was under different circumstances and conditions and situations, but it's always an honor to have you in our presence. And we thank you so much for being present, and also for the gift that you've given us over these 60 years, of service to your people. So I could think of none other than to share some words of wisdom, some words of light, some words of love. But before you do, we want to let you know how much you're appreciated, how much we love you as well.
Appreciate, brother, but I don't like the words sympathies and the words condolence, but this is the language we speak, and we have to use the words to the family to try to give them comfort. We know you miss our great brother and teacher, but I would want to say, as much as we miss him, we know that death is as normal as breathing, and each one of us will go through the process. Some people say, well, that don't help my moment, but I must say it anyway, because we live in a culture that's not our own, and that culture tells us that death is final, is over. African culture does not tell us that. African culture tells us that life is eternal, and that the process we call death is simply a going and a coming, and that we, even in our going, we haven't left you, because everything other than the physical shell is still with you and within you, and have all kinds of experiences with you that is embedded in your DNA through every day, every hour, every minute that you were with this beautiful King Kamau. So we have to find new ways to look at the transition of our loved ones, and yet understand that they're right here beside us. Our concept of ancestors speak to the fact that they're not dead in the way Judeo-Christian, Islamic, Western, Abrahamic thoughts construct that we've been forced into lead us to think and leave us in so much pain. And so we do the rituals to say goodbye instead of the rituals to say, how do we now deal with you in your new place?
Oh, wow.
And your new relationship to
Wow.
us.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. Kamal demonstrates that despite all of the fractures and the shattering and the broken aspects of ourselves, because the struggle is from the cradle to the grave in perfecting ourselves. And I doubt if any of us ever perfect ourselves, but the intent of perfection is the perfection itself, that we are struggling to fix the broken pieces. And some places you may have glued something on and it worked for 5 or 10 years, then it falls apart and you got to fix it again. You met with challenges and you met with desires, you met with all kinds of things that pull you off of your center. And you're not going to win all those battles. You're going to lose some. But then you got to step back and recreate yourself and go forward again to try to cover more ground in your growth and your development. And this brother proved it with his life. He's among the few who can survive what we call the matrix. You know, all of us are in a war when we are born into this earth. That is exacerbated because we are born, especially in the United States, where an alien enemy consciousness dominates our daily thought constructs. All right? And we have to figure out how to be human, how to be African human in the midst of European inhumanity that's being passed off as ethics and morals and principle and religion, etc. And it's a difficult task because we don't have the African blueprint. It's in our DNA, but it's not in our social ecology for us to borrow from, except on a few occasions. Kumau and a few like him who was able to present a social contract that was African in terms of how you behave. But so few of us ever met him or had the opportunity to see the social contract that he was presenting, you know. And so we thank God, we thank the universe, we thank the ancestors, we thank his family, because every time he walked out of the door to come and help us, he left them at home or he left them at work. And though he was integrally a part of them and belonged to them, they shared most of his life with us.
Yes.
And so we appreciate that so much. You gave us your greatest joy. You gave it to us every day. And so now you have him forever in ways we can't have him.
Mm-hmm.
Every sound he ever made, every vibration that sound made lives in your DNA. Mm-hmm. Every ancestral DNA for millions of years that he possessed is your DNA. Mm-hmm. Speaking to the family now. And so talk to him. You will be surprised. He hasn't gone anywhere. Mm-hmm. Okay. The shell that we live in, we call bodies, that's made up of the minerals of the earth through the things we eat. We are the carrots and the collard greens and the turnip and the broccoli. We are the chicken and we are the fish. But they all come from earth and water. Okay. We said, oh, where did that carrot come from? Well, somebody dropped a tiny little, almost invisible thing called a seed in the ground. And this big orange thing came up out of the ground. What made up the big orange thing? Well, something that is sucked out of the dirt, out of the earth. That they tell us from ashes to ashes to dust to dust. In the religious tradition, we go back to this earth. Well, we are the earth. And even in the Abrahamic tradition, the word Adam itself means earth. Mm-hmm. So there is a science to be understood. But for those of us who don't understand the greater science, when you love someone, you can't feel it. You can't pick it up in your hand, hand it to nobody. But you know how integral that is, how powerful that is. Well, Kumau exists as that love exists. Can't see it with your eyes. But his existence hasn't gone out of existence. All right. Only the earthly house made up of earth that he lived in wore out. Now tell somebody in the family to have a baby soon so he can come back.
That's real. That's real. That's real.
That's African culture, and not just our culture, but it's our sacred science, and it's proven true. When my mother and father gave birth to me, they gave birth to themselves. Okay. And so when they die, I cried because my mother died, but then I had to remember I am her. When my father died, I cried, but I had to remember I am him. They didn't die. And not only am I her and him physiologically, I'm also her and him in terms of every experience they gave me while they breathed. In African culture, we are taught that's what ancestors are. We are the ancestors going forward. We are the ancestors going forward. So come on, didn't go anywhere. There's a transition that everything in nature seems to go through. And he's gone through that transition. But that aspect of him that is eternal and has forever been here is still here. And everybody that carries his DNA, but not just those that carried his DNA, everybody that heard his voice, everybody that received his ideas, everybody that felt his vibration, he lives in them too. But they have to recognize when they hear him in their thoughts, they have to recognize when they feel him in their feelings. They have to recognize when you walk into a room and you inhale an aroma and you look around, you don't see nobody, and you remember that was his aroma when he was physiologically there. There's so much we can learn and understand about our ancestors. He's now a great ancestor.
Yes, sir.
But he'll again be a baby, okay, to grow into another ancestor, as he did the last time. You know, our ancestors was us before this time.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Our
Wow.
children are our ancestors, is us
Wow.
going
Wow.
forward. And this is not something I'm saying. This is my simplification of general African sacred science, spirituality, and culture. And it helps our mental stability when we understand it in the place. We see it don't mean that we're not going to have all the crises and problems and the tribulation and trials that people who don't even understand this have. But we can deal with them better. We can deal with them better when we have this understanding. For the last, this is what, January, for most of September,
Yes, sir.
October, and December, October, November, December, I was in a hospital multiple times.
Yeah.
Going through all kinds of stuff, dealing with a prostate situation. I was blessed to come out at the end to be given a little bit more time in this body to finish whatever I have to finish. But there was a period down in the September, October period, I didn't think that this would be the conversation. You know, that, okay, the journey is coming to an end. There's nothing I could do about this. But then the ancestors stepped in and says, no, we could work just out. Tune into us. And so, Brother Kumau's family, we love you. He love you. He is love. You know, you are him in all kinds of ways. You know, even when he raised his voice, that created a feeling with you and a vibration within you that's in you for eternity. That's him. He'll always be there for you. When he embraced you softly and said things sweetly, you responded in a certain way and received it in a certain way. That's him becoming you. You know, we don't lose our ancestors. We gain them because we are an extension of them.
That's right.
As they were an extension of the ancestors that came before.
Ashe.
I just came to, you know, I'd come on earlier and I don't think he was on yet. And I said, well, I'm not going to go to sleep. Let me try one more time. and, so, and I saw my beautiful sister with her fantastic wisdom. I know she's probably going to beat me up because for months that I was down, I don't think I've called her because I was just fighting to get healthy, to get strong again, to come back again. But it was wonderful to see her speaking her wisdom. She's one of the most extraordinary poets I know. And the mothership is truly a mothership. Yeah. So I say to the family, we love you. The way Kumau lives for eternity is that you never let him die.
Ashe.
Never let him.
I have to ask you this, and thank you for that. Thank you for being you. And I have to start. I have so much admiration, love, and respect for you. You have been our voice of reason. You've been a clarion call of our greatness and the epitome of what it means to be an African man. I'm not saying this because the red light is on. I'm saying this because this is what's in my heart. And
I
I
appreciate that, but I got fractured spots and broken pieces and
as we all.
and every now and then I got to patch and fix, restore, recreate, and then go forward.
And that's why I think you're the perfect person to answer this question. Over the last 4 years, man, it's been, and I won't hold you long. I promise.
Mhm.
But I have to ask this question because I know you can answer it. Over the last 4 years, so many of us have lost so many people, and again, we haven't really lost them. We've gained an ancestor. But on some levels, I feel like we haven't had the closure in many instances. It's been so many different situations. Many times we weren't able to come together and gather together. And that's why I hope tonight can be that form of gathering, if you will. And of course, I know it pales in comparison to being in the physical form. But
Mhm.
we did want to inform our people of the very wisdom that you just shared. And the thing that I would love for you to do as we close tonight, I'd love for you to expound upon the importance and the significance of us doing the very things that you mentioned in realizing and understanding that we no longer need to be afraid of death.
Right.
Because as I've processed and thought about, so much of what we do is based on fear or rooted in fear. And
Mhm.
that fear is stopping us from loving. And one of the things that Dr. Kamau would do was he would say, I love you, and he would tell me that. And at first, many years ago, it kind of caught me off guard to tell another man I love him. Like, man,
Mhm.
it's kind of, you know, but he helped me open up and realize the importance of saying that. And I want to say, I love you. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you've done in all of these years of elevating our manhood and making us more accountable and responsible to love. And I'd love for you, just to share some of this keen wisdom that we can't get anywhere else. Because if you're fragmented and fractured, I'll get in that line. I'll get in that line. I'll get all of that because what you have is right on time and in season and lock and step of where we need to grow. So I'm wondering, how can we evolve to better move from the fear of death, but understanding that death is a natural process and us becoming a better instrument of love, and for us to appreciate and value those who are in our presence physiologically, physically, so that we can be better capable and able to love on them and them love on us and not get caught up in petty nonsense that diffuses and causes dysfunction so that we are filled with greater negativity, greater evil and nonsense that keeps us away from the beauty and the essence of our lives, which is to love.
If I did something as simple as say, close your eyes, did the person you love disappear? Is the person you love no more? Close your ears. You can't hear them. Close your eyes. Don't let them touch you. Are they no more? No. You know? And so in Africa, they have in Ghana, I know the Ghana system better than I know some of the others. I know the Yoruba, but they have something called a Kwesidai. And so a Kwesidai is when the person into the realm of the ancestors. You do the work and take care of the sadness and the pain of the family with the funeral services and the coming together and the bringing the food and showing the love and doing the rituals to take care of the body and everything so that it can go peacefully back to its place, back to the earth. Right? And then you do the ceremonies and the libations to deal with that aspect of the person that you don't put in the earth, because you can't put the spirit in the earth. You can't put the energy in the earth. It can't be contained. Only the matter can be contained in the earth. And it isn't contained. It will become the earth again, one with the earth, to recycle itself again in the form of plants, and the animal eat the plants and we eat the animals, and we are in a process that never stops. It's a circle that's totally unbroken. And so in every 40 days, so that we will not forget that the person lives, the Africans have a ceremony. It's called a Kwesi. Every 40 days, we sit down, we prepare a meal, we set Kamau's plate there like everybody else's plate. We put his favorite foods on him. We sing, we talk, we remember the things that he taught us and told us, and let him know that you live in us now. Okay? And maybe somewhere in the next 40 days, the grandchildren will bring forth another body. And like in the Yorubas would say, the first 3 days, everybody would call the priest and the elders to the house to say, who is the child? Is it a new baby? Or is it the ancestor return? And they know what to ask because they know that ancestor who lived, and they can see it in the baby. And then they will name the baby so that they have some traits of that ancestor's name because they realize he's come back. The Yoruba call it aloha, that we have aloha. We go. And even before you go, they whisper in your ear what to tell the ancestors. They even whisper in your ear, don't go up there and make a fool out of yourself. Don't eat foolish food. Eat only what the ancestors eat. But tell them what we're doing down here. Tell them what our needs are. And if they send you back, have them prepare you to be stronger than you were even this time. This is how they do it. Because they're aware this is not an ending. This is a transition into a new beginning. He had perfected what the gods gave him to do because he listened and followed the orders of God. Work was done. Now, they may ask him to come back, or they may say, you stay and be one of the angels. You don't have to go back. Teach those who have to go back. That's our culture. That's our story. But we don't know that story, so we feel the way other stories make us feel. But if we knew our story, we would feel in other ways. So when Brother Kamau's Kwesi Day come, the family gather and say, hey, Kumau, how are you? We pour libations for you today. Hey, you sit at your plate. Remember when we did these things? Remember when we did these things? And tell the young people, you didn't know him. Let us tell you about him. So that he begins to live on even in those who were unborn when he passed on into his transition. That's our culture. It's a beautiful culture. It isn't against anybody. We just be we. Right. It's a body of knowledge, of understanding how to be one with the planet Earth, how to be one with the cosmology, and how to be one with one another. It's not something easy. None of us, like I say, perfects it. Some of us are better at it than others. All of us are struggling to learn, especially in a house that don't want us to know. You know. Wow. But when we say God is love, remember, and I've studied most religions. I taught religion for years. 18 years, I taught a course called Religion and Survival, and I used all of the systems. Every single religion I know called God love. Everyone. Love is one of the names of God. So that means that man, at least, and women understood that God lives in all the things that live. Because God is omnipotent, God is omnipresent, God is omnipotent, so nothing can exist but it. So what are we then? Expression of aspect of its essence. Expression of aspects of its essence. Then we understand better what our role is supposed to be when we accept that as our real situation. God having the human experience. That's what Kamau was. Sometimes we're afraid because of our religious teaching to say something like that. But then what else can you say? God don't come down to, God too big to come to the earth. God has to become man or woman or animal, plant or bird to come to the earth. Because God is too big. God takes up all of the universe, all of cosmology, all of ecology. How can it come to the earth? Then how does it come to the earth? It comes to man and woman and says, oh man, oh woman, I have created a way of the greatest joy for you to come together to carry out my act of creation for me. So when a pregnancy occurs, and a woman goes to the 9 months to give birth, that is an aspect of God carrying out that experience. That's the only way God creates humans.
Mm.
So we're not separate from God. We're an expressed aspect. So Kamau was an aspect of God that came to teach us how to be strong and how to overcome our weaknesses and how to be on point, how to be consistent with your ethical, moral growth and development. He was one of those kinds of teachers. You know, one day, if we remember him well and celebrate his Sequesti die, we'll talk about him like we talk about Plato and Socrates and the great names we hear in the Western civilization. We'll talk about him when we talk like we talk about Shaka Zulu. We'll talk about him like we talk about the great kings of Ashanti, of ancient Ghana, because we keep his name alive. We remember the work he did, and we praise him every 40 days. So he knows your vibration will never get silent. You will live on in us, in our deeds, our words, our thoughts, our attitudes, and our behavior. And thus you are eternal.
And brother, you are beyond the beyond. And we are eternally thankful for your love and for the expression and essence at which you conveyed. And before we let you go, I'd love for you to say how people can learn more about what you're doing, because we're happy that you chose and the ancestors chose for you to stay, because you do have more work to do, brother. And
Yeah, I've
we
been
don't
kind
know
of,
how we can help that.
I've been out of things for about 4 months. 4 months. It doesn't seem like that long. When I came back from Africa, it seems like everything, the ancestors decide we're going to fix you. I had a problem, 35 years worth of prostate problem, struggling with for 35 years. And then they decide, okay, we're going to crash everything in. And I thought, this is a wrap, it's over. And they came up with a method that I'd never heard of. No one had ever proposed it to me in the 35 years. That would shrink the prostate. And it was a very dangerous procedure, but it worked. And so my prostate got shrunk.
Wow.
At least for the time being. It come back. Right now, I can do the basics. Go to the bathroom, empty my bladder, not get up all night long, not hemorrhaging every day, and the things I went through for years. Because I think the ancestors said, okay, we've held you in lock with that for 30-something years. We'll now let you feel normal for the rest of the time. And I'm eternally thankful that the ancestors made that decision. And I thank all the people, because the thing I found out that prayer and good thoughts and good ideas and libations, that stuff works. People was dropping it from all over the world, and I'm laying up in that hospital and I'm hearing people talking, and ain't nobody in the room but me. You know, first you kind of think, okay, something going on up in here, right? And then you realize there are others in this room who I can't see physically. I hear them. I don't know what they're saying, but I hear the talking. I feel them, and I feel the intent of the presence. You know, and I watch myself go from one night I'm being told they don't know when I'll be out of the hospital, and all the tubes will come out or the needles will come out, and then the next morning at 7 a.m. comes on me, you're going home today.
Wow.
And I'm sitting there like, you're joking, right? Stop joking. And they go like, no, I'm taking all this stuff out and you're going home. And so I said, okay, that's ancestors. That's God. That's the power of prayer, the power of libation, the power of love, the power of people saying, you know, we don't want to let you go yet.
Yeah.
And the ancestors saying also, okay, you had some work to do. You're not finished yet. Get you behind to the field. Do the work we sent you to do. Or we will catch you at any moment, because it all happens so quickly, you know. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to do my work and learn it better make less mistakes,
Yeah.
Be stronger. Not easy, but that's life.
That's life.
But again, to our beautiful family, Brother Kumau's family, y'all loved him. He loved you. You know what that feels like. Don't stop having that feeling. Okay. Don't stop having that feeling. Keep loving him. And when you think he ain't there, talk to him. Tell him, come here. I need to have a conversation. I got things on my mind I need to resolve, and I need your wisdom in that resolution. And you will begin to see how that wisdom will integrate itself in your mind. And you'll know he never went anywhere at all.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Smalls. We love you. And please, will you come back next month to give us some more information and to, do as you always do for Black History Month. Give us your love.
I'll be there. I gave my first lecture in 4 months yesterday at Nicholas Bookstore in Brooklyn. It was freezing, but the people came. The place was jammed, and a lot of young people were there. And it was so wonderful, to be bathing in your people and to see them yearning to hear knowledge. And I had Baba Ifakunle with me, and we was just trying to teach how to be ourselves.
Yeah.
Spirituality is wrapped around your reality. You can't separate the two things. Spirituality is your reality. They're intertwined in such a way that they're one.
Sister Allen, I wanted you to, send some love to Professor Smalls right quick.
Hi, Sister Allen.
Yeah.
Hey, my dear brother, I just want you to know I love and appreciate everything that you've been teaching us today. And I am, and this is a shameless plug, but I'm getting ready to start a podcast, and I would love for you to be one of my guests.
Oh, I'd love to be there. I've decided, I always tried my best to serve in every capacity I could. Sometimes I got so tired I fell down, but I decided that the ancestors have given us access to this enormous technology for information. And we've got to use it in every way we can. And anything I can do to assist, I will do. You can get my numbers from the brother, and they will let you know whenever you say, we'll work out the time and we'll do it.
I appreciate that. I want to share something that you said. I want to share it in real time, how important it is. You said that Brother Obidike loved his family. And you mentioned how important it is to keep the legacy alive. Well, he shared with me that his nieces and his nephews love him so much, they invite him to their baby showers. Amarosa, I think he was talking about you, baby. And it may have been someone else that recently had a baby, but he was so excited to be a part of that celebration of life. And the baby would let him hold her, and she would just smile, and he would light up like a Christmas tree just talking about her. And then there's a grandson, and I don't remember his name, but he's 17 years old or somewhere in that age group, and he loved hanging out with his grandpa. Obidike just thought it was as if you had given him $1 million, whichever grandbaby that is. He loved he said, what 17-year-old want to hang out with their grandfather? But he enjoyed hanging out with me, and I loved it. So he was willing to go wherever you were, just because you were willing to include him and invite him into your world and into your space. And Jordan, and she recently got her bachelor's degree. And of course, we all know that Obidike was a staunch supporter of education. And now she's back in school working on her master's. And just like his chest stuck out with Akano, his chest was just as high and strong with Jordan. And so I share these names because I want, while we don't forget Obidike, I want you to know he never forgot you. He never forgot. extended family. You were just as much a part of his world, Jabari. You were just as much a part of his world as his children. You were an extension. And even though he might have been uncle, it was nothing that you needed that if he couldn't provide, he was going to do everything in his power to provide it for you. And I've talked a lot about family, but there is nothing like having a daddy that loves you. And so to kiss me and Tama, baby, like Brother Cedric said, you had a gift. Like Sister Neff said, you had a gift. Because there are girls that are hurting because they won't have that they have a daddy hole. You didn't have that daddy hole. He loved you with all of his heart, mind, soul, and strength. And I just hope that as time goes on, that the kind of love that he gave, we can help other people to experience that. And that's one of the reasons that I want to talk with you, Professor Small, because if we can get the ancestors to help us with being able to let people feel the love that is already in us, that's already there for us, we'll our men will decide that they don't need to go look in other places to find the beauty of who we are and the essence of who we are as sisters. They got it right here. We can develop our own businesses and create whatever type of economies we want to without having to depend on a system that doesn't love us. So I said all that to say thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you for, Brother said, thank you so much for bringing us all together. Because our brother entrusted you with this show. And I don't know how many people really know that, but he entrusted you because he knew it was going to be in great hands. And you are doing a phenomenal job in keeping the legacy going.
Thank you.
Don't stop.
Thank you, dear sister. Appreciate you. Baba, we got to let you go because I know it's late. People don't realize you're in New York, you know what I mean? So, we got to respect your time. But we love you and we appreciate you.
It's always an honor to get an opportunity to speak about someone of this caliber of development spiritually, intellectually, ethically, and morally, because all of us aspire. And like I said, we all fall down and get up, And when we see someone who is strong enough to stumble but not fall, that gives you the kind of courage that you could struggle to be like that. You could struggle to be that.
Ashe. Well, we thank you, Baba, and we'll talk to you very soon, Professor Small.
Okay, Baba. Peace and blessings.
Peace. Our dear brother, the one and only, your body foul. We couldn't let this wonderful and amazing night end without having you on it and talk about our dear friend, someone that you would sit for countless hours and signify and shoot as they used to say back in the day. But it wasn't no pontificate. Let me say that it was definitely elevation and great conversation and a whole lot of good information. So I just wanted you to share some of the vibrations that you're feeling right now, as well as share with us the significance of Dr. Obidike Kumau.
Yeah, I've been waiting. I tried to get in earlier, but the system would allow me. So I came back in time.
Man. We had a ton of people.
Yeah, I came back in time then, and it allowed me to get in. Yeah, I am still wrestling with this information about the passing of my brother. As we say in the spirituality, when there's a birth in the physical world, there's a death in the spirit world. And when there's a death in this physical world that we occupy, there's a birth in the spirit world. So the Egungun, the ancestors, embraced him and welcomed his birth into that world. So I'm locked between joy and sorrow. Strange mixture, because I'm glad that the brother is going home and sad that he had to leave so soon, this particular realm, that he gave us so much. As I said in a post that I did on Facebook earlier in the week, we've definitely lost the library. And I remember, man, I've been knowing Obidike Kumau for years. And, you know, I told you last year, I said, I'm going to have to touch bases with that brother and put my eyes on him. And that was something that I delayed in doing. And now that can't happen. But I still remember the joyous times. I used to go to Texas Southern and sometimes go to his office at 11 o'clock and stay there until he'd get off from work. And we sat there kicking it, and he'd call me a lot of times at the 8 o'clock. He said, "Somebody, you want to be on the show tonight?" I said, "Yeah, I'll come on." And I was on his talk show numerous times. And it was good to see a lot of faces that I hadn't seen, because I was watching the cast. And Sister Diane Allen, I wanted to holler at her for a while. I hadn't seen her in a number of years.
Hey, you got to come on her podcast.
Yeah, so I have to call up and holler at her. We used to do some spiritual work back in the day with some problems that she was dealing with. And it was just so good to see people talking about Obidike, as we call him, Doc. And everybody, same feeling that I deal with in reference to how he loved his family, how he was a family man, and how he loved the community. And it's definitely a void in a library that is lost with Doc, because you're talking about a jelly. He was a jelly. And his contribution to the community and all of the things he went through at KPFT, and the information that he provided every, what we used to call Black Sunday, African Sunday. And like I say, definitely a great loss. And I'm still wrestling with that. And I guess I'll be wrestling with it for a while.
I think we all.
We have a lot of good memories. I was not long ago listening to a CD and listening to that poem that he wrote about reparations.
Yeah.
And that CD is on my computer desk, man. And I was we were at, you were there that night. We was at the Shrine of the Black Madonna.
Yeah.
And somebody said that I was there, and I think Professor Smalls. He said, "I was looking for you, man," but he was sitting right behind me. And so I said, "Yeah, man, I got to get another copy of that CD of yours." So he reached and pulled it out, and he gave it to me. And I said, "Man, I've been missing this for years because I misplaced the other one." Yeah. So we got a lot of good memories, Sid.
Yeah.
A lot of good memories, man. That I said, numerous times I used to come and sit in his office, and he'd leave, eat the lunch that he had brought, and he said, "Well, just stay here, Jabadi. I'll be back. I got to go take care of something." He could run off and take care of his job and come back to the office, and then we kick it until he clocked out. So definitely a loss, man. I'm at a loss for words, but it's good.
Yeah.
It's good memories. That,
I just wanted, to say thank you for being so transparent. And your Facebook post, I did see it, and it was very touching and befitting A lot of times, and this is why I was really happy to have you on tonight. A lot of times, we as men, we feel like it's weak or somehow it's fragile to acknowledge our loss, our hurt, our pain, the things that touch us emotionally. And you have been someone that I've looked up to and known for some time as a very wise man and someone who is very learned, but yet able to be around miscreants like myself. So Doc had an unbelievable and phenomenal gift of being an everyman, while at the
Yeah.
same time extremely intelligent and esoteric. His acumen of academia and history, and as well as dispelling the histrionics, was second to none. Um,
That's
but
right.
but his ability to be able to, sit down and chill and enjoy the vibe and vibration of an everyday black man was unparalleled. So I thought that that was a beautiful balance of how to live as an African man. So the thing in saying that, and the question that I wanted to ask you, and I know you're gonna knock it out the park as you always do, is that you know how have you, as someone who is extremely learned and spoken and talked to folk all around the world, how have you, as well as Doc, I believe, could definitely represent this as well. How have you remained humble uh, and able and capable to connect with so many different people, and at the same time possess such profound and prolific knowledge that makes you exemplary and would make most feel elite, but yet I think that you get the most joy out of helping others become more complete and aware of their greatness. How have you been able to do that?
Oh, it's real. It's real simple, really. I mean, it's not really complex. You do away with ego, and you deal with and you respect the system that you're involved in, the spiritual systems, and you internalize the mores of what the system teaches. So if you internalize the value, the morality, what you represent, that, and you understand the purpose of the system. A lot of people think religion is about solely worshiping God. The deity of the thing we call God is a focus for us. But, there's some strange things, like, for example, in the Bible, and a lot of our elders would ask us from the Christian persuasion, they would ask us, like I used to hear a lot of old people, they would say, call on who you serve. Like some people say, oh God, they would lament, oh God, and the elder would say, call on who you serve, meaning that your behavior don't dictate you calling on God, that you got an evil persona about yourself, so you need to call on the evil one.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a perception that you serve God, but you can't serve God.
Mm-hmm.
God served you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the connotation of that is people will interpret that you are saying God, your slave. No, you're not saying that at all. You're saying that God, your servant, like God, and in a sense, God is, because what can you do for God? God made everything, made you. So what can you do for God? So this particular ideology is expressed in Matthew, the book of Matthew, where it says, Jesus said, I come not here to be served. I come here, I come here to serve you.
Mm-hmm.
I come here to serve. Now, the word that's translated in the Septuagint version of the Bible is diakonios, the Greek word that comes from the root diako, which means to run an errand.
Mm-hmm.
That word translates into diakonios, which is cognate with the word diako, which in English becomes the word deacon.
Mm.
So he is saying, I didn't come for you to serve me. I came here to serve you. In other words, I came here to do something for you, but you can't do nothing for me. And it's right there in the book in front of people, but we don't understand language. We don't understand etymology. We don't understand the Coney dialect of Greek that was translated from Avrim, what they misnomer and call Hebrew, into Greek, Latin, and English. So you're not serving God. God serves you. But that don't mean God your slave, because you can't enslave the prime mover in the universe that created everything.
Mm-hmm.
So when you think about that, what keeps you humble is realizing that the deity serves you. And if you want to imitate the deity, then you serve people. So you can't do that unless you humble yourself.
Wow. Wow.
Because you are here to represent, as a priest, you represent deity. And on the mundane level, you want to maintain the fabric that is antithesis to chaos and entropy, undirected energy.
Wow.
And that's the force equated with the messengers in all spiritual systems, i.e. in Christianity, what they call devil, Shaitan, and Avrim, that we call Satan. Satan comes from Shaitan. And there's a conceptualization dealing with that. There's a concept where we use the word Satan, and we say Satan, but the word is actually Set-an. Set and what is the question, because it is warning you against complacency. Spirituality is about movement, not about sitting. It's about movement. The word spiritual, spara, and spar, the prefix in Latin, which they didn't create, but they inherited its meaning. It means you can't spiral unless you're in motion. So the system is telling you stay in motion. And this deity, this entity, is a reminder to you. That's why it does things to keep you moving. They say that old devil, he always stirring up something. That's his job. Its job is to keep you from becoming complacent. It has a theological function.
Wow. Wow.
And its function is to keep you from becoming complacent. But in the ideology of people who inherited our spirituality, their idea is to kill the devil, to bind it up, put it in a hole, put a chain on it. That's not its job. It's supposed to roam free. That's why it has a pitchfork to stick you, to keep you moving. And this element is fire. And when you build a fire under somebody, they'll move, they'll jump, they'll get emotion. Wow. So spirituality is not about sitting there humdrum and not saying anything like they do in the Catholic Church, the Methodist Church. It's actually to be like the Holiness Church. They move, they dance. So spirituality is about movement. So that's how you look at the things, and it's through the symbolism that I look at. Boyd Kuhn had said years ago, the man who wrote the book called "Who is This King of Glory?" talking about Jesus. He said the difference between modern man and ancient man in reference to myth, the ancient man had his myth interpreted. Modern man think myth is the truth of what they talking about and what it represents. Mm-hmm. Myth reduced down to two interpretations, two truths. Mati. Muti. Mutio. So it means that a myth can have two interpretations, but it cannot have one. Otherwise, if you got one interpretation, it's not a myth. On its lowest extreme, it has two interpretations. It can have 50, it can have 100, but it can't have one. And like Bertrand Russell said in his writing, he said, the map is not the territory.
Hmm.
The myth conveys a message, but it in of itself is not the message. The symbol conveys a message.
I wanted to bring on Mama Neff so that she could express some love and light to you as well as to the audience, because we want her to get to bed. I didn't think she was going to try to stay up all night with us. You know, this is what we do. So, you know what I'm saying? I definitely want to give her an opportunity to
I was trying to hang in with the big guys.
No, it's something different. You know what I'm saying? It's something different. Your body will stay up. We got people that stay up all night with us. So, you know, I just want to make sure.
Well, I can say I'm glad you brought my teacher on.
Oh, yeah. Goodness, it's the other way around. I thought you was my teacher. You see, you trying to put me on the spot. I'm not going to let you do it.
I feel you, sir. Yeah, I feel you.
Oh, you're my teacher. You're my teacher.
So,
yeah, we go back long ways.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We want you to share. If you had something poetic or you had some final words, we want you to share that so we can you know, let you rest.
Okay. I honestly, you guys, I just want to say, first of all, Brother said thank you so much for holding down the fort and keeping things going, you know, for the Baba. He was very proud of you and the work that you're doing in the community, and I am too. I tell everybody, well, hey, he came through PNP, you know. So I'm very, very happy for that. And Javadi, always, my love, always a pleasure, all the time, you know.
Likewise,
I started on this piece with Doc, but it's not finished, and I will come back and do the piece. The title of the piece is called Life 23 in 2023 because we started on this in December sometime, and the first couple lines is like, this is from Doc now. Back in the
move the camera so we can see you. Move the camera so we can see you. You can't see you.
Oh, okay. Let me turn this camera around. Can you see me now?
Yeah.
Can you see me now? Okay. Now this was a piece that me and Doc was talking about when we were kids, and how the senior citizens, how the elders and Mama Dim used to talk to us and everything. And in it, his first two lines was, back in the day when parents would say, children should be seen and not heard, as if we were invisible little puppets running around without strings, mindless drones, heads without brains, bodies, parts that our parents felt that they made. That's Doc's part. And I haven't, like I say, haven't finished it. I'm gonna finish it for him and everything. And it's a piece that we started working on in December, and but then he went into the hospital. You know, he got sick, and but he said, "Don't worry about it, Neff. Tax season starts on the 20th. I'm gonna be there, and we're gonna finish up that poem." But I'm gonna finish. But I'm gonna finish it for him. I'm gonna go ahead, and then I'll hopefully you'll have me back on the show, and I'll have put it together so that I can read it for you guys. I'm gonna commit it to memory because this was the last piece that I felt like we did. But I am so happy that you did this. Said I really am, and it's heartfelt and it was needed. Like I say, if I sit down and talk about Doc, man, you'll have to do about 3 shows to get everything out there. But I'm proud of you. I'm proud of Baba I have to call you Baba Jabadi. I mean, I call you Jabadi, Dr. J. But
It is where we fully fit in.
but like I said, yeah, I was trying to hang in with the big dogs. You normally by 8 o'clock I'm knocked out. But Tiffany, everyone that got on and spoke, it was awesome just to sit here and listen to what everybody had to say. And I know everybody didn't get a chance to get on, but Doc left some powerful energy here for us. He left some big shoes that we got to try to walk in. So,
right.
Yep. So,
Thank you, dear sister.
I'm going to say goodnight to you guys, and I'm going to continue to come on and listen to the show and watch the show. And I told about at least 200 people, I know for sure. So,
Absolutely. Well, thank you, dear sister. Much love to you. Take care. Peace and blessings.
Okay, I will. All right.
All right, Neff.
Peace. Hey, Baba, we had to do that because, that's the thing that's so important to realize and understand is that, we're standing on the shoulders of greatness in our ancestors, but we're also walking shoulder to shoulder with those who are doing the work, like Sister Neff, like Sister Allen, like Professor Smalls, like Sister Yolanda, like all of the folk that we had on the show tonight are doing the work. And, are part and parcel of, what Baba used to always talk about, in terms of we are the ones that we're waiting for. There's no more time to wait or waste. I used to hear him say that all the time, and I picked it up, because I realize and understand the importance of what we're doing and why we're doing what we're doing. So I just want to acknowledge the things that you've done for 60 years and over, but more importantly, with the love that you have and sacrifice you have made to come on this program and on self-determination when Baba was doing it, when Doc was doing it, and you shared a few moments ago how important it is. People don't realize, like, he was doing shows in which you used to have people sit out in their vehicles with loaded shotguns.
That's right.
Waiting and understanding and knowing that, potentially would have to use those guns and those shotguns because it was people that did not want the messages to be communicated. What we hop on YouTube and watch 30, 40 years ago when Baba was doing and you was doing your thing as well, those things were getting folk attacked and potentially killed. So, I definitely love for you to speak to how we sometimes view what's being done as insignificant or not very controversial, because we can see anytime we want something woke or something Afrocentric or something deep or something esoteric. But just a couple decades ago, this was potentially putting people in harm's way, or have you laid up in Ben Taub, or have somebody else laid up in Ben Taub, because I know Baba Jabari Power wasn't playing that. You know what I'm saying? So, he would put a foot off in you real quick, fast, in a hurry if you got out of line. Well, I just want you to take some time to make it significant.
Said what you're saying is real relevant because, a lot of times we, like in the case of Black Wall Street, Rosewood, and all the other, there are numerous Black towns, enclaves and settlements that came under attack because the consensus is that these people tell us, well, why don't you people pull yourself up by your own bootstraps? And a lot of our elders will tell you that's pretty difficult to do when you have no boots. So with what Baba Doc was doing back in the day, because there was a time when people bombed the transmitter of KPFT. And the message that was being delivered, it wasn't one of Afrocentricity in reference to Africans trying to falsify history. That was the narrative that these people were putting out. And when Doc first started doing that show in the first part of the name was Afrocentric. Like myself and Akua Hope was talking last night that Doc is the one who put that word on the map in Houston.
Mm.
And people wasn't even using that term, but he was using that term. And it was part of the title of the show, one of the shows that he did. So he definitely put that on the map, doing what I used to call Black Sunday or African Sunday. And we talked about that last night, past 11 o'clock, because she called me late. And it's another sister that has really contributed a lot in the KPFT family that Dr. Kumau belonged to. And numerous other people that we need to give their flowers while they're here, like Reverend Judon Boney, Reverend Cliff, and John Gay,
yeah,
and Contemporary Conundrum, and the other sister Kua, that was Doc riding shotgun with Doc, you know.
yeah.
And it's definitely something, you know. We have to understand today we're at war. And we have to have tools in the toolbox for the utilitarian purpose of dealing with the battle and the war that we're dealing with. Because now, in many instances, what we're going through now is worse than Jim Crow. And we look at these ramifications today when DeSantis decided he's going to drop out of this race. But immediately he said, I'm going to back Trump.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and then with all the things he's doing in Florida, especially the statements that he made, well, Black people benefited from slavery because they were given tools that they could use to make money. I mean, how idiotic can you be? And the things that he's done in Florida to counteract all of the advantages that Black people have incurred. So we're in effect in a worse climate than we were during Jim Crow. Because the racism in a way is subliminal, and I watch different things and monitor different things where white people get on TV and say there is no such thing as systemic racism in America. I mean, you have to be the biggest idiot on the planet when you deal with redistricting on the political landscape in many areas of the country. You deal with redlining in many places of the country, which cuts across the gamut of Black life in reference to real estate purchases, insurance, hiring practices. If that's not systemic, what is it? And these people, a lot of them politicians, Republican politicians, in fact, had this narrative. So is it dangerous? But I said that about those Black settlements and towns and villages and whatnot. We produced economic, financial, communal viability, but we did not cultivate a force to protect it. Black Wall Street should have had their own police force.
Amen.
So we had the economic clout, the economic viability, living in many instances better than white people. And they were so jealous of that when the brothers made that song, "You Dropped a Bomb on Me,"
Gap in.
where they were literally flying in the air, throwing dynamite out of planes. But as the Black veterans from World War I rose up and stopped them from coming into the county jail and dragging this Black man out and wanted to hang him, they said, not today. But they should have stood by the stand that they had taken. Said not today and mean it. So they should have been the force that was the force that protected the Black community. But then they started running like children. Well, I got to catch the train out of town so these white people won't kill me. You got to defend what you built. And then a lot of people, their consensus is today, these white people are going to put us back in slavery. They're not going to put me back in nothing. And if you're stupid enough to allow them to do that, then something is severely wrong with you. So, Professor, we was on the phone call today from 8 o'clock to after 3 o'clock, talking about all these things because there's a general uprising in Egypt that they're keeping hush-hush. The Nuba people are tired of this Arab racism that they're like. They have Egyptian soldiers everywhere, all in the airports, all in the hotels. Mm-hmm. They're stopping news press from reporting on the things that they're doing. They're confiscating people's film equipment at the airport. I was told today that the Discovery Channel was wanting to do a documentary, and they wouldn't allow them to take their equipment from the airport. Mm. So people don't know the repressive, oppressive action that is taken in Egypt by these Arab people who lie and say that Egypt has nothing to do with Black culture. Mm. Matter of fact, I've sent out shared some videos today, one specifically that's occurring on YouTube about a film that was made in 1925. And it shows that the widespread occupation of the true Egyptian was more widespread over the country than it is now, because they pushed the African people and created this title that they associate with Nubian and say that these were the people that live in the South and nowhere else in Egypt. It's a recent occurrence. And I think this movie was made by the Smithsonian Institute. And it shows the widespread dispersion of Black folk all over Egypt before they created this narrative and developed this idea about taxes and tourism that affects their GDP, where they want to create this lie to show that the Arab culture and the white Caucasoid culture is the culture that was dominant in Egypt. Mm. So the thing that Dr. Obidike Kumau represented is the tearing down of this type of lie. And what he did on KPFT and other areas where he would go and do certain things, do certain works, and educate people and deal with his family and his cousins and all of these things, nieces and nephews. He did monumental work that was necessary to eradicate and to erase the prolific lie that permeates world culture, the media, and all of these things. And he was a soldier that we can emulate in reference to this war that we fight, because we are at war, believe it or not.
Facts. And we are definitely at war. You're a warrior of the truest and highest regard. I wanted to close out our conversation tonight. You got to come back next week for sure. And brothers, I'm wondering, what's your YouTube channel? Let people know about your whatever you got going on. So you know what I'm saying. And check this out, Stephen. You definitely need to tap into this. Bob's got a webinar that he's gonna be doing. He's gonna be doing some amazing things in February to really educate and enlighten on subjects that he's mentioned and others. So stay tuned. Jabari Powell ain't going nowhere. We ain't letting him go nowhere. So just know that what I'm saying, this is for show and for she. So you better let people know about this amazing information that we have in store for you in the upcoming weeks. But definitely, the thing that I want to get you to speak on and teach on for tonight is the importance for us to realize that this is a war, and for us to not only get our mind right, but get our resources right, so we can properly fight, and not fight to lose, but fight to win and achieve victory, so that we can defend our culture, we can defend our right to live, and we can defend our children and their ability to acculturate and move forward into a greater understanding of what it means to be a human being or a spirit and flesh, an African in the highest regard and regality that we deserve.
Oh yeah. One of the things, the critical thing we need to do is not win the battle. You know, we need to win the war. We don't want to win the battle. We want to win the war. So we won a lot of battles, but we're still not free. Still fighting the war. And you may say that, and you may look at warfare in a way where winning the war consists of winning specific battles. So it's like stepping, walking, where you take care of this little skirmish over here and that skirmish over there, but you got to come through and win the skirmish every time. That's how you win the war. We've been at war for a while. And Dr. Clark often talk about how we've been at war for 3,000 years. And we put that in a nutshell and we do an evaluation. This concept that's going on, that went on in ancient times about the Hebrews fighting against the Greeks under Antiochus Epiphanes, 165, with the Makrabah that became known as Maccabees, that war. Then you come back and they have to fight against the Romans in 30 BC. That escalated in 70 AD with the destruction of Jerusalem under Nero. That is a war of black folk fighting against Europeans. We still fighting that same war right now in different locations. When the Boers came into South Africa and lie and say nobody was in South Africa, they found the place void and empty of population. That is a war against European imperialism and colonization. And then it would subsequently, you have 1884, 85, the Berlin Conference, where they chopped up Africa without a single African at the table. And you put in a nutshell what's going on with decolonization, where you have different African countries still paying money to France. Where you have them who have the audacity to say, because of the Haitian Revolution, y'all owe us $60 million because of what we have lost. The irony is that these people paid it to the French. I would have told them, go to hell. We're paying you a dime, not a damn dime. But in modern times, you have different African cultures, formerly French colonies, paying money to the French people, and using half of their GDP deposited in French banks, and the French are making money off the African ex-colonies, so-called. You still colonize if that's what you're doing. So there's a lot of things going on around the world that we're not factoring in. Chinese got pitting the Ethiopians against the Somalis. So you ask yourself, who the fool? Who's stupid? The Somali and the Ethiopians are dumb for fighting each other at the expense of the Chinese. So if you're not careful, you're going to be colonized again.
Yeah.
So there's a psychological factor involved in us winning these individual skirmishes so that we can actually win the war. And we at war. We've been at war, as Dr. Clark said, for thousands of years.
Sure.
So there's a time when enough is enough. And the political landscape that you and I talk about frequently, about this election in America, the demographics surrounding it, and you have these people who do wrong and then say I can murder somebody and then I am immune to prosecution.
Mm.
As you said when he was president, I could shoot somebody in Times Square
Mm-hmm.
and not miss a beat.
I miss a beat. Yeah.
This is a dangerous precedent. The state of the affairs of America on the political landscape is such that we ain't never seen anything like this before.
That's real. That's real.
But then you have our people who sit around where you have people who died for the right to vote, and then they say, it don't matter about me voting, it ain't gonna do no good anyway. But then when the S hit the fan and it begins to affect them on a social, economical, financial level, then they want to cry. Time for them to take a stand and do something. They didn't do anything. As the old saying goes, if you don't stand for something, then you'll go for anything and be affected by anything. It's incumbent upon you to eradicate this possibility, is to go out there and do something when it's in your capacity to do something.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
And for us, the idea about doing this is when you have the opportunity to do something spiritually, the only thing, the only conclusion, the only antidote to this conundrum in which we find ourselves is to do something when you have the capacity to do it. Mm. And that's now, not tomorrow, but right now when the opportunity presents itself. Mm. And that particular opportunity is predicated and geared and locked in the acquiescence of spirituality. Because we come from a people that is governed by theocracy. Mm. That is the precept to the solving conundrum in our culture. It is the spirituality that gives us the conclusion, the antidote, the answer to the thing that we suffer from. Wow. When it's time, from a spiritual connotation, when it's time for you to move and to act from that perspective, then you should take that opportunity. Mm-hmm. You're not going to solve these problems wrestling with and infiltrating yourself in the geopolitical environment of what they call democracy. African people had all those forms of government operating at the same time simultaneously. We had socialism, we had communism, we had democracy, we had theocracy. All of those forms were covered at the same time. But when you get Stalin and Lenin and people who adapt socialistic ideas and communistic ideas, and the so-called Europeans adapting democracy, which they don't even follow themselves, because Dr. Clark made the statement, Christianity or democracy does not exist in America. And if it did exist, America would disappear in a second. As he would like to say in the diction that he used in reference to his language, in reference to his cadence, it don't exist. They don't adhere to democracy. It is like a game that they play, constantly moving the goalposts when it's advantageous to them to support their ideology at the time. Right. So we have to return to a spiritual concept in order for us to solve these problems that we're dealing with.
We do.
We have the answer.
We do. We have the antidote. Thank you, Baba. We're gonna finish this one next week. You know what I'm saying? Because we did want to close with something special for the people, and definitely let people know how they can get in contact with you. And if there's a word that you remember what Obidike saying to you, or something that he shared with you, that you want to share with us one last time?
The only thing that I can say is, like I said, that CD that he made is a monumental CD. Give me my money.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I love it, man. It's right in lock and step and in tune with what we need to be focused on. Because as you said, it's not good enough to just win a battle. We have to
Oh
win
yeah.
it. Thank you, Baba. Love you to life. And will you come back on next week?
All right, my brother. Sound like a winner.
Sound like a winner, man. Love you. Take care.
All
Take
right.
care of yourself. All right.
Peace to the family.
Peace to the family, man. Peace to the family. Peace to the family. And that's the one and only Jabari Powell, amazing brother, truly phenomenal, and stellar human being. And we're gonna get out of this thing. You know what I'm saying? And we really appreciate you all. We took it back to, you know what I'm saying, the old days, man. We did a 4-hour show like we used to do back in the days. And you know, we want to close with our dear brother. That's the only right way to do it. Out with us. If you you know, hit me up, whether it be on
deals with
YouTube or
reparations for Black
Facebook. We
America.
got a special gift for you.
President
'Cause we
Clinton's
appreciate
recent
you and we
flirtation with an
value you greatly.
apology to
So
the Black
we're gonna close
community in
out with our
America
brother.
for enslaving our
Love this brother,
ancestors, while not
and we're just so
at this
thankful
point
that
culminating the
he is
way
our
we
brother.
would like
So
for it to,
peace and blessings.
nevertheless, is a very important step in the lives of we, the children of Africa, who have resided in this country as a result of kidnap and capture for the last 4 centuries. Because he feared that the apology would lead to a demand for reparations by the people now called African Americans. He's both right and wrong. He's right because surely African Americans are in the wrong because his apology or lack of one will not affect this demand in the least. The whole situation is really quite ironic and clearly illustrates the duplicity this country and its leaders are capable of. Clinton's decision to not atone for one of the greatest crimes in human history is not based upon the obvious wrongs that have been perpetrated by this country upon Black people, but is decided rather by economic correctness, and the hypocrisy continues. Let us take a look at the concept of reparations, which has frightened white America so. Reparations is a term used to apply to redress due one people by another. It is sometimes referred to as damages or compensation. Its etymological root is the word repair, and at the international level, reparations is required because of massive national crimes committed by one people or one nation against another. These massive crimes so disrupt the natural growth and development of the aggrieved people that monumental repair is what is needed to allow their national self-determined contribution to human evolution. Reparations are a well-established principle of practice of it extends back at least as far as the days of the Old Testament Hebrew Israelites. It is also an international legal practice that the United States is very familiar with, having been involved in either paying reparations, seeking and collecting reparations, as well as in negotiating reparations on behalf of wounded states. Reparations, as it applies specifically to the people called African Americans, is defined by Dr. Robert Brock, Executive Director of the Self-Determination Committee and longtime reparations activist, as the demand by U.S. slaves and their descendants on the government of the United States of America and its individual white men, women, and children, and all others of the free structure and their heirs, following in interest, inheritance, use, and benefit through possession for payment and return and restoring and taking back for damage, hurt, harm, injury, loss, and wrong in the form of number one, money, specifically gold, goods, services, land, and finally, treaty under international law not to recapture. Reparations are due us for both slavery and post-slavery activities. I maintain that African Americans are in the third broad phase of our existence here. The first phase began with our collective kidnapping and ended with the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which legally ended chattel enslavement. The second phase began during Reconstruction and accelerated after the Plessy versus Ferguson decision of the Supreme Court of 1896, which legalized the era referred to as Jim Crow, or separate but equal, or legal discrimination. This era ended in 1968 with the passage of the third great civil rights bill. The Civil Rights Bill of 64 ended discrimination in public places, among other things. The Civil Rights Bill of 1965 is also called the Voters' Rights Act and imposed federal authority in the Deep South, which was designed to compel these states to allow African Americans to register and vote. The Civil Rights Act of 1968 is also referred to as the Fair Housing Act and was designed to eliminate discrimination in buying and rental of real estate. These first two phases is that Black people as an entire collective was committed to ending both enslavement and legal discrimination. Now we are in the third phase. This third period has lasted from 1969 until the present, and it can be characterized by both its lack of significant collective African American social, economic, and political achievement, as well as its lack of collective African American vision for continued cumulative empowerment. I maintain that this third phase should be dedicated by new Africans to attaining self-determination, and that reparations is one of the more powerful tools we can use in the endeavor of attaining self-determination. The one thing that we need to remember as white America begins to examine its conscience and begins to question exactly what is due the group of people called African Americans is that through our spiritual force, this is the way that we have forced this nation to change. It can be argued that the spiritual force of African American people caused the Civil War to come about, the Civil War that ultimately was able to free us from legal enslavement. Our spiritual force is very, very obvious during the second phase when our children went into the streets in the South in the 50s and the 60s and demanded that Jim Crow be overturned, and also when our children went into the streets in the North and West in the late 60s in the quote unquote urban rebellions, and once again forced America's hand and forced them to deal with situations such as civil rights, affirmative action, etc. This same moral and spiritual force that our people have exercised where we are now.
Wow. Without, belaboring the point, greatness personified. I just want to close this wonderful conversation by saying thank you. I'm humbled that we still got people watching, and that's super dope. I know it's going to be a lot more people to watch the replay, but we just wanted to say in the last conversation that we had together, he didn't talk about his health. He didn't talk about what he knew was probably the last conversation that we'd have together. He didn't talk about any of that. He talked about the border. He talked about the migrants. He talked about Israel and the devastation that the Palestinian people are enduring right now. He talked about man's inhumanity to man. He talked about how we needed to be on the front line of spreading information so that we can make different choices and go in a different direction to save lives. He wasn't worried about his own condition. He was more focused on the human condition. And I just want to thank Sister Ngozi. That's the only reason why I didn't just close the show with his words, because I was distraught. I had an opportunity to bring him on last week, but I just had so many people, and it was just the show had already been planned. So I said, Doc, come on next week, next Sunday, and we'll start doing it. And it had been in my spirit, to bring him on, back again, because it's been a while since he's been on. And he just called me. He called me out the blue. And sometimes, we were so closely connected. I knew in the spirit I could say, "Hey, Doc, I need to hear your voice," or he would say, "Hey, Sid, I need to hear your voice," and we just call each other and just talk for hours or whatever the case may be. And this previous Sunday, we talked, and I heard it in his voice. I said, "Doc, you all right? You good?" And immediately he was like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good." And he went into, all the things we needed to make the people aware of that Greg Abbott was doing and his minions and sycophants, to harm and to maim and to be heinous against human life. And as I was listening to those things, I was really caught with how succinct he was, how cogent he was, how fire he was, and how it resonated in my spirit that we had to do something. So I said, come on the show. And little did I know that would be the last time we talked. And I felt bad. I really did. I felt very heavy this entire week because I felt like I should have brought him on. And I should have given him that opportunity to talk on Sunday. And I was struggling. I was struggling this week because he was my friend. It's not just somebody I was cool with. Or somebody I had great admiration for. Like he told me about his struggles and a lot of things that people will never know because I ain't never gonna speak on that. But I say all these things just to say, like, I was filled with a lot of guilt because I didn't let him come on. And it wasn't because I didn't want to have him come on. It's just because time. I want to be respectful for time. But Sister Ngozi, she's just amazing, and I just wanted to publicly thank her and really just say I love her tremendously because her words were comforting to me in a way in which I can't describe to you. I was trying to comfort her, and she ended up comforting me tremendously because, this is somebody I had great admiration for, respect for, appreciation for, and I wouldn't be doing this show. The show is approaching its 10th year, and it wouldn't be possible without Dr. Obidike Kumau saying, to Dwayne Evans and myself, I'm saying, hey, you brothers take it on. It took a lot of humility. It took a lot of honor and valor and integrity to do that. And then, not to undermine it, never to undercut it, never to question that choice, but to always support it. So it's with great sadness, that I report to you that he's no longer going to be on the show. In the live form, we got archived information. We got a whole lot of stuff what I'm saying, that we'll share. But that's been a harsh reality to deal with. Like, I ain't gonna be able to call him and, hey, come on, Doc. He ain't gonna call me. And they said, boom, because we called him the information activist, and we worked on so many different projects together. It's just amazing. So I say this to share this larger point. Make sure you let the people that you love, let them know that you love them and you appreciate them. And we always close our conversations with "I love you," and that was what we did the last time I talked to him. And the way he said "I love you," it hit me. But I was moving so fast. I had so many different things to do. I really didn't process it. But as I process it now, I realized that he was giving me instructions, and he was also letting me know that he was very, 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 very appreciative of what we've done with this platform and this program, and that wouldn't be possible without you, and the consideration, the connection, the respect, the compassion, the love, the appreciation. It's been an honor. I remember I used to come to the station, and he would allow me to share my poems, my poetry, my word, my prose. And I met a Kono that he actually taught me how to run the soundboard, and I was messing up. He never got mad. He was always supportive and appreciative. And that was a quality and a gift that I learned tremendously from him. To be able to be in place, space, and time, and to appreciate that and to give that energy back to others. Before we go, I just wanted to say that this show, again, was not a show. In reality, this was just an opportunity to say thank you. And I hope that you will find a way to say thank you not only to Dr. Obidike, but whoever meant something to you. We've lost a lot of people over the last 4 or 5 years. And I'm sad to say and report to you that we will lose even more over the next 4 or 5 years if we don't begin to heal our hearts, heal our minds, and heal our bodies. So I'm asking, I'm begging, I'm Johnny Gill, keep sweating, praying that you will take this as a call to arms and a call to duty and a call of awareness to put your best version of yourself first and do whatever it takes to take care of yourself and to use the love and the energy of good vibrations that we bestowed unto you tonight to hopefully live a better, more fulfilled life and to appreciate those who are real in your life and who add more life to you. So, as we always like to say, we love you, and there's nothing you can do about it other than just loving on someone in a way in which they know that the love is real and that they'll be inspired even when your time expires. And hopefully, not only will they look up and say thank you, but when they work, when they walk, when they talk, when they share, when they give, when they care, when they live, when they love, when they build up, when they strengthen and fortify others, they will not only think of you and thank you, but they will be so humbled by you because of what you help them to see that they are. And, it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing when you can be loved by people and treated respectfully by people that you can't give anything to because they have everything. And that brother was one of those brothers that definitely had it. He had it, and he gave it. And I'm so thankful, so thankful, so thankful that I was able to witness it. And I understand. I understand what he was trying to say to me in our last conversation. And I'm thankful for Sister Gozi for allowing us to do this. And I hope that on some form, some formation, some fashion, we were able to convey something that was meaningful. So anyhow, anyway, we love you. And let's just continue to keep building. Let's keep it on. And we'll see you next Sunday. Peace and blessings. It's been said.